Hey, welcome to the Snap Fantasy Football NFL Draft 2021 with my man Lando. As always, it's your boy Mac. I'm excited, man. Today is a very fun day. I'm a little bit nervous about what's going on with this. We'll talk about that leading up to the first pick. But it's draft. It feels like Christmas. Hey, Lando.
Man, I can't wait. This is the time we're all waiting for. We can't wait to have this chat popping, reactions flying in, bold predictions for the draft. We're trying out a new system so we can put your messages on the stream. So make sure to get in there, and should be a lot of fun, guys. I'm excited.
Yeah, we got Easy in the chat already. LFG. Let's freaking go, boys. Look at that. Lando. Scotty, get that party rolling. We're all fired up. You guys can see that. New little system here. We've got our own mock draft, or not mock draft. We got our own little board up here ready to go, Lando. No trades we've heard of yet. Everything is probably not going to go to planned. It could go right off the rails minutes in if the 49ers and the Green Bay Packers decide to do something crazy. Aaron Rodgers had said, hey, it's rumored that I might be a 49er. I don't even know. That's scary. That's very scary. So do you know what's going on with him?
So the last I've heard, he's extremely displeased with the Packers organization. I mean, what happened last draft was something you just cannot apologize for enough. Now that he won the MVP, they wanted to restructure his contract, but he wanted an extension. So they offered him an extension, and he turned it down. Other teams have been inquiring about Rodgers, but nothing official has been given his way, or nothing official has been going the Packers' way as far as an official trade. Mm-hmm. But this would be a very exciting start to the draft if we see the Packers move up to the 3 spot, Mac.
Exciting for you, devastating for me. We might. Last year we shut the stream down at what was it? Pick 29, pick 28. Yep. Pick 26. Packers. We traded up to draft Jordan Love. I keep forgetting that. It could end at like 3 this year. You were just gonna click the old end broadcast. I'm gonna go to crying myself to sleep, and we'll have a blast. The last I've heard is that it's kind of going to be one of these situations where they might just have to tell Aaron Rodgers, like, we're digging in our heels. You're playing football. If you're not gonna adhere to your contract, we're just gonna fine you. And it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what a 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers gets on the open market. I don't know what teams are going to be willing to pay for him. You know, like even Tom Brady goes to the Bucs last year on a severe discount and continues to restructure his deal.
Well, that's it. I think Aaron Rodgers is still worth a lot. And if he comes out and says he wants to play for another 5 years, then I think maybe a contending team like the Niners are willing to do that. But I mean, maybe that would have been a good spot for the LA Rams to make a move at the time, but the Packers have just been telling people to take a hike every time Aaron Rodgers' name gets brought up.
Well, and even the Rams, they just got themselves Matt Stafford, who's fantastic. I mean, the Raiders would be an awesome place for him, given his California roots, but they just don't have the cap space. They don't have the money. No. I don't think if anything happens with Aaron Rodgers, I don't think it happens tonight. I can't see him being involved in a trade at all.
And I tend to lean that side as well, Mac. I don't think that something this significant is going to happen. I've heard Schefter and Rappaport have been tweeting, and that there's been a lot of smoke, not a lot of fire with some of these rumors we've heard of lately. But Mac, really what I want to ask you about, and what I talked to Scotty about beforehand, is the number 3 pick, the 49ers. Mm-hmm. Are you thinking that it's been a giant Mac Jones smokescreen and that he could actually fall in the draft, maybe outside the top 10, and the 49ers actually take our number 2 quarterback in this NFL draft, Justin Fields?
Dude, I've thought this one over and over and over and over again, and they gave up a lot to do so. I don't think it has to do with a particular player. I just think that they wanted to get their starting quarterback. Kyle Shanahan said that he is happy getting, one of the five. I realistically think that they're going to go Mac Jones, just with everything that I've read, everything that I've heard. And when you think about it, Kyle Shanahan had a lot of success in his time with Atlanta with Matt Ryan. And Mac Jones is very so Matt Ryan. He's a guy that when given the time can throw the ball downfield, can make the throw, can stand in the pocket, get hit, deliver a strike. Like, he's that guy. He's not a Trey Lance. He's not a 11 on 11 quarterback. Someone's got to spy him. Someone's got to stop the run. He's not a guy that's going to beat you on the run, making athletic throws, but given a clean pocket, he can nickel and dime you. And so I think that Mac Jones is a lot like Matt Ryan, and Kyle Shanahan might gravitate towards that, because I think it's a foregone conclusion that this is going to go Lawrence and then Wilson, and then it really opens up.
That's when the draft starts. I can't wait for that to happen. And what's going to happen, I've talked to you about this a lot, is that Shanahan is going to make whoever they draft an elite quarterback. It could be even Trey Lance at the number 3 spot. It's going to be one of those guys. And that is, I really don't think it'll look like the 49ers make a decision or make the wrong choice, because they made Jimmy Garoppolo look pretty elite at sometimes. They got to the Super Bowl.
Here's the thing, like Mac Jones' college resume, yes, he played in some big games. He played against high level competition in the SEC. When you compare that to Trey Lance, North Dakota State, it's not the same caliber of college football. But I think Trey Lance is the whole package. Like, you talk about the modern NFL, where mobile quarterbacks are the ones that really beat you. Lamar Jackson, for example, even guys like Pat Mahomes are fairly mobile. You don't have to take it to the extent of a Kyler Murray, but even like Dak Prescott, these guys get it done with their legs. And I think Trey Lance is probably the hardest runner to take down, kind of like a Josh Allen. He's big, huge arm, very physical. He makes everybody play football.
And for fantasy football purposes, the two quarterbacks I love the most is going to be Trey Lance and Justin Fields. Those two guys are going to be on a lot of my rosters, dynasty rosters, in like the 2nd, 3rd round. You can get these guys, and they're going to be difference makers or have that upside of a starting quarterback on your roster.
Oh, yeah. Those. I mean, I don't want to discount Trevor Lawrence. I think that the bar is set fairly high for him. And people are going to say him going to Jacksonville is not an ideal landing spot. I kind of disagree. They've got 2 first-round picks here. They've got a brand new coaching system. Urban Meyer, say what you want, one of the best college football coaches of all time, one of the best football coaches, in my opinion, of all time. He's going to come in. He knows this draft class. He has been recruiting some of these kids. He's been coaching some of these kids. And they're going to take Trevor Lawrence, and they're going to start a dynasty in Jacksonville. It might not happen in the first year, but I think give this team 2-3 years, they're going to be at least fighting for playoff spots, maybe division championships. We'll see.
I like it a lot. Let's get this chat going, guys. We've got 9 of our friends in the chat. Let's get it bumping here, guys. We have a new tool, like we saw Griffin on the screen here saying, let's go. I want to see some bold predictions. Let's get some stuff as it goes. This is a community, guys. This is how we're trying to build this year, and we're going to make this the best season for the Snap Boys.
Brad saying Rogers, a Bronco. Baba Doo. What's up? Baba Boy, you got a copy? That's my man. And hey, in the back, we haven't shown the man yet. In the back here, we have our boy, producer Scotty, hanging out. Scotty, Vikings fans tonight. Who are you guys taking at 14?
I might have been drinking a little too much beforehand, because I'm hoping this whole draft goes sideways and I can get myself a Fields jersey.
The departure of Kirk Cousins. Man, I think you guys are going to go with like an Elijah Vera Tucker,
I feel the reality, and if we want to win, our O-line absolutely needs help. I like what we've done in the offseason. Like our defense is definitely looking better than last year. Our secondary's got the improvement. It's not hard to improve on like 31 of 31, but yeah, I'm feeling good about how we've done in the offseason. So if we solidify the O-line, we go like first and third. So I'm happy with maybe not the sexiest pick in the world, but offensive lines wins football games, and the Vikings have a lot of skill at all the actual skill positions. I feel Kirk Cousins is going to get a lot of money, so either pay him or let's draft a quarterback and get ready for post Cousins.
Chris Timmons from the Discord pops in here and says, "Dear Lord, all I ask is that the Dallas Cowboys do not trade up for Kyle Pitts." I think a lot of Dallas fans that I know personally are just hoping that he falls. And it's like, how many offensive pieces can you have? And I think the line last year stops with CeeDee Lamb. They didn't necessarily need him. You saw that when Dak went down, that defense was just not able to keep them in ball games. So they got to go defense. I think Patrick Surtain is a foregone conclusion. And if not, if he goes maybe one pick early, I think they go JC Horn. The both of them are just complete shutdown corners.
Both are really good landing spots for the Dallas Cowboys. I completely agree with Chris there. I think if Atlanta takes him at 4, I think that's a really good landing spot. We've heard that the Falcons love Kyle Pitts, and who wouldn't? This guy is basically the next Megatron. So I'm excited for this draft. And like who said that here? Griffin was like, let's just start the draft on the 3rd pick, and he couldn't be more correct on that. It's the first 2 picks are foregone conclusions. They might as well have the picks already in, and that's when the draft starts.
Isn't that the funniest thing though? How we know Trevor Lawrence is going to be the pick. We've been in here for months, and it's like they're still going to take the full 8 minutes to select him.
Oh, I know.
Just because the NFL loves drama. But yes, let's just go ahead. Bing, bing. Let's start it with at 3. That'd be great.
Yeah, love it. Let us know if you guys like the interface going on here. We've got a few different options. It's really intuitive. It's a lot of fun. We've got some good spots. Maybe it's something we do all year. And let us know in the comments, guys, if you like this way of streaming.
Yeah, Chris is saying Dallas really hasn't had a defense we're talking about in years. And yeah, absolutely. They've tried to win shootouts, and they've been fairly successful in doing so. But then, you flash back to those heartbreaks against the Packers with the Dez Bryant catch or no catch, whatever you want to call it. And then you see Dak banged up last year. That defense has to be better. And I think that's where they focus this year. I don't know why they would go offense.
Yeah. Scotty, who are you thinking the 49ers take at number 3? Do you think they go off the board? Maybe a Trey Lance? It's got to be one of the quarterbacks, right?
I think they have to go quarterback. I don't think you do all the work to get up there. Oh, man, it's tough. I mean, just it's hard to tell how much like Mac Jones smokescreen in the Twitter verse and the rest of like social media and the actual media you can believe. Mm-hmm. But I mean, Fields, anybody with that run game and that defense, like whoever gets in there, they're going to be a lot of fun to watch. So I don't know. Could be Mac Jones.
I said earlier that I think that they go Mac Jones, just given Kyle Shanahan's work earlier with Matt Ryan in his career in Atlanta. I think he just finds some comfortability in a quarterback like him. The upside play, I think, is Trey Lance. I think he's the full package. Adam, thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Who is the bust of the draft? Let's deliberate. If you guys want to go, you can go. I have my pick, and I'll kind of frame it. But if you guys have one, you can go ahead.
The bust of the draft. You know what? We'll have to see if people go off board here, and that's going to be the real question: is if if some guys, some wide receivers might go a little too early. That might be the draft mistake. Mac, I think I might know your answer. You go ahead with yours first. With the bust.
I'll just frame it. You guys have all watched mock drafts. Maybe you've seen some of our mock drafts. You've heard us talk about this player. I think if he ends up going in the first round, like I've seen him mock to the Bears at 20. I've seen him mock to the Saints at 28. Kadarius Toney. If Kadarius Toney finds himself on my television screen tonight, I think he is a bust. This is a guy who struggled to outproduce a tight end in Kyle Pitts. Maybe Hall of Fame worthy, maybe generational talent, whatever. Tight ends in college football just don't catch the ball. And he couldn't keep up with Kyle Pitts until his senior year. And in his junior year, just got boat raced by a guy named Van Jefferson, lost to him by about 550 receiving yards. I just don't think Kadarius Toney is worth it. I don't care how electric he looks. His resume is not good. He produced more in his senior year than his first 3 years combined. Yes, he's explosive. Yes, he's got the flash. I don't think he's worthy of a first-round pick, and I think if someone spends up for him, it'll be disappointing.
That was who I was thinking of, Kadarius Toney. Now, Mac has said this before on one of our mock drafts and live streams, our conversation with stepmom Lauren, but Zach Wilson feels a lot like Mitch Trubisky. And Zach Wilson had a really great senior year, and we've seen a guy like Joe Burrow have a similar boom year. And not to say they can't produce, but Zach Wilson really is a tough one to look at. He's actually compared a lot to a guy like Drew Lock, where he performed very, very well against losing teams in his senior year. But against top end teams, it was a much different story. I want to say he was 2-6 against winning teams in college in his senior year, but 26-6 against losing teams. So he had a significant record. He threw the ball much more downfield, and he really beat up on the bad teams. It's not a one-for-one comparison, and he has intangibles that make him enticing at number 2. He's got that big arm, but he also could be that Mitch Trubisky, Drew Lock archetype as well with that 1-year wonder.
Oh yeah, don't forget that the Bears gave up the world to go up and get Mitch Trubisky over a guy like Deshaun Watson, and I think Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
I'm not saying that that's who Zach Wilson is, but it's, again, a guy with a single year, a breakout year in a global pandemic. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I think when you watch him and his tape, there are some things that jump off the page. He can make the on-the-run throw. He can make the big throw. He can layer the ball in when it needs to. He can throw a bullet. Again, you'll bring up the strength of competition, though, and that's definitely something that should be noted. I don't think that stops the Jets from taking him at 2, though. They're going to take their guy. They don't have anybody else. Like, Joe Flacco's not going to pose a huge threat. He should have that job by week 2, if not week 1.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
The commissioner is on the stage. We are almost ready to make our first pick.
And remember, he is fully vaccinated. He can get back to bro hugs. And he was really excited to let people know the bro hugs are back.
Griffin is saying that he thinks McCorkle Jones will be the next Drew Brees. That's a hot take. And he's also saying, in my opinion, a true elite pocket passer, insane awareness, and will get the ball out on a dime. Hopefully he's talking about Zach Wilson there and not Mac Jones.
I think Mac Jones is really good as well. I think he is good. He made all the throws. Yeah, granted he had a historically good offense. And he did it, but he did it on the big stage. He won the championship on a big stage. And I want to give a shout out to Eric for the super sticker. What a guy. He's an absolute beauty. Make sure to give this guy some love in the chat for Easy bringing the fire.
Bring in the fire, Easy. It's been a long off season. We're psyched to be back.
Man, let's get a pick up on this board. Roger, get off the stage. I am ready to talk about Trevor Lawrence to the Jets.
You might as well just throw it in there, Mac. Get a preemptive pick.
Don't you worry. I've got that ready to go. It's gonna be Trevor Lawrence. If it's not, well, we're off to a very interesting start. If it's not,
that would be incredible,
wouldn't it? Though.
Oh man, I would be so pumped. Here's the thing we got to talk about. Chris is bringing up a really good point about running backs in the first round. We could have 3 running backs in the first round, or we could have 0. It could be on that. We don't know, but it's not going to be any more than 3, but it could be 0.
I don't think there's going to be any.
Yeah, I think there might not be. And there might be. I do believe that Harris could be a top 15 pick, but I don't think anyone should take him either. No one should take a running back till the second round. Let me know if that's a hot take. I'm also seeing a lot of Javonte Williams as the first running back off the board.
Right.
And it could be he's the youngest, and
yeah, it's he's the true junior. Najee Harris is a senior who's actually a year older than Travis Etienne. I don't think that's not something that deters you from taking Najee Harris. Look, he's going to fit in a lot of systems. He's the most NFL ready running back. He's, at 6'2", 230, you're not supposed to be able to move like Najee Harris does. You're not supposed to be that agile. And he is, man. And hurdles guys. He's laterally very quick. He can catch the ball very naturally. Like Najee Harris is the do-it-all running back. And even at 23, he comes in, he puts down a rookie contract. He works his tail off until he's 27. I mean, man, that's really all you want for fantasy football. So draft Najee Harris, regardless of where he goes. I've seen some pretty interesting takes. I've seen people say he's going to go to the Bills and actually solidify that backfield. I've seen people say that the Bucs are going to take him at the 32nd pick, or someone might trade up to grab him, as we had in one of our mock drafts. But I think Najee's the first off the board, and I think it'll be at the end of the round if it is.
Yeah. The draft board hasn't really set up perfectly for the Jacksonville Jaguars to draft an incumbent running back. Mac, what do you think about that? We've been talking all offseason about James Robinson. Do you think he survives the draft?
Well, and that's the thing. If you are a James Robinson owner in Dynasty, his value could not, it might not survive this draft. If they decide to do something crazy at 25, I think that they go for safety or corner. They might go with a guy like Trayvon Moehrig. But if they decide, hey, we're going to get Trevor Lawrence's Travis Etienne, we're going to take Najee Harris because he's the best in the class, and they do something silly, James Robinson is all but done.
Yeah, exactly right.
And here's the thing with James Robinson, regardless of what happens tonight, Carlos Hyde is there. Carlos Hyde can get it done. He's a veteran. If James Robinson has a couple down games, there's nothing that stops the Jags from just moving on, because he's an he's an undrafted free agent who had a great season. So did Phillip Lindsay, as a hometown guy. What happened? They signed Melvin Gordon the next year as a compliment. He was poor. Now he's in Houston. He's no contract, no nothing. So. He just doesn't warrant the draft capital in the long-term future, and I think that does exist with James Robinson. So I'd be a little bit weary if I owned James Robinson. Yep,
and if he does survive the draft, guys, I mean, thank your lucky stars if you have him on your team. We said, I mean, it's hard to sell him when you don't want to sell him low. This isn't the time to sell James Robinson, I don't think, because a lot of people are worried about the draft. But if you survive the draft, that's going to be great. And then, but look, mid-season, he's the kind of guy you want to look at to move mid-season.
Yep.
And get a high pedigree guy. Get a running back that was drafted in the top 2 or 3 rounds to replace him, because we see a lot of these late round guys just fall out of the draft, like Mac was saying. I mean, look at a guy like Tevin Coleman, even. Like, he just lived his career as an average running back.
Yep.
You could have got value for him years ago when he was a great back in Atlanta. And if you did, that is the way to play fantasy football. And you trade him for later picks and then get a Antonio Gibson type. You get a guy that gets drafted in the top 3 picks, and that's how you move on. It's just sell them high while they still have value.
I don't know if you guys clicked on Chris's comment here about Najee being the 3rd running back off the board. This kind of just jogged my memory of, I think it was even Schrager's 2.0 mock draft we were kind of talking about on the podcast, and he had the Washington football team taking Travis Etienne at 19, the first running back off the board.
Yep.
And we're sitting there going like, wow, like, yes, that would be a dynamic backfield, 2 guys, really good pass catchers, a lot of speed. But there's no like thunder and lightning. It's like lightning and lightning, like Najee Harris would be that thunder.
Yeah.
To the Antonio Gibson lightning, the wide receiver converted running back. That would be that would be super interesting. I don't think it happens, but that would be crazy. That would shake things up for sure.
Later on, I'm going to talk to you guys and ask you a question. And Scotty, you can think about this for a while you're off in the background. But as we get going, what is your fantasy wish? What is your perfect landing spot for that player? Because we've talked about it at length about Jalen Waddle to the LA Chargers. So I took that one away from you. You can't use that one.
Come on, man.
Because Jalen Waddle to the Chargers would be a match made in heaven. That's a great landing spot and a fantasy wish that will vault Waddle up to probably a top 4 or 5 pick in dynasty startups, one quarterback, or not dynasty startups, dynasty rookie drafts, one quarterback, dynasty rookie drafts. He would be a top 5 pick right away if that happens. So I'll get you Scotty. We'll say goodbye to Scotty for the meantime, but we're going to be getting him back all night long. This is going to be a 3-hour live stream, boys. I hope everyone's in it for the long haul. I appreciate everyone. The pick is just about in.
It's in on our board, and if I have to change the graphic, we'll change the graphic. But this is what I hate. You got 10 minutes to make the pick. You've had it for months. Just fire it up on the board. Come on,
honestly.
Hey, a little appreciation for all the editors that have had to come up with how to fill 15 minutes of time with packs, video highlights, the Jacksonville Jaguars logo moving around. I mean, they've worked hard. Okay.
I got to say, Trevor has done well for himself. He's got a nice looking lady.
Absolutely, he does.
Can't hate that.
No.
All right. Screw it. We'll skip it. Scotty, what is your fantasy wish for this draft? So who's like your favorite prospect that we've gone over, and where do you think the best landing spot for that guy is? That you're gonna want that player on redraft leagues. You're gonna want that wide receiver.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, redraft leagues. God, I was gonna say jealously. I'm not even kidding about wanting Fields to drop and me be able to go out, get him in dynasty with my high pick in the league, and go get myself a Fields jersey and just J-Jets, Thielen, just that would be my dream, because I could kick out old man Goff and slot him in as my starter. That's pretty much perfectly selfish. As far as landing spots go for any of these guys, I mean,
Kyler Murray was a very fantasy viable quarterback year 1.
Yep.
I remember, because Mac took him for you when you couldn't get to the draft. I don't think you were thrilled.
I wasn't thrilled at first. I'm like, I don't want a starter I only want to draft one quarterback, and it's Murray. Now it's
pretty sure he's the best player on your team.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Landon gave me a ton of crap for drafting Kyler Murray in an auction startup or an auction league. What'd I get him for? Like $3, and and you were like, man, this can't believe I was mad. Eric is just here for me to lose my cool when the Packers eventually make their first mistake. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Don't worry, easy. We might make it only to pick 3 this year. We did 26 last year, so look, we'll see. A little bit easier for me to just end the broadcast this year. My destination of choice for a particular player, I love Elijah Moore.
Yes.
I think that he is a great talent. I think he has the potential to go early this year. I could see him pairing alongside a guy like AJ Brown in Tennessee at 22. The Tennessee Titans need another wide receiver. I know they got Josh Reynolds from LA, but they lost Corey Davis. And if you need another wide receiver, why not go shopping at the same store? Go get yourself another Ole Miss wide receiver and do that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Rashad Bateman there, or even Indy, would be fun too. The pick is in. Goodell is up. This should be, and it is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence from the Clemson Tigers is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
You heard it here first. I know you're all on pins and needles, but the snap brings it to you first.
What a moment.
What a moment.
Shocker.
Trevor Lawrence. You're a little bit ahead of me, Mac. So this is going to be interesting to get it about 10 seconds before the actual pick. Maybe 8 seconds.
Chris is saying, if he hasn't already said it yet, this video layout is a fire. Appreciate it. We are trying something new. This is a different hosting platform, and I think so far we're liking it. The ability to just kind of fly around and get us in different layouts here is kind of cool. Get the draft board up, get us up with the draft board. It's kind of cool. So we're liking that. I'm
excited for Start Sit Sundays. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with this.
We can put your questions up on the board, and that's going to be really nice to show it up on the screen.
Oh yeah, I love the ability to just kind of grab something that Easy just said. When Rodgers gets traded, I'm shutting this thing down.
Yeah.
They're just dealing. I thought there was another Jets Panthers trade here up on the screen, but they are just detailing what happened to get Sam Darnold. Zach Wilson, is it going to happen? I think it happens.
I think it happens too. I don't think it goes
sideways.
I don't think it goes sideways yet. But I
like that you said yet.
I'm so excited for the draft to go sideways. That's going to be my most exciting part. My girlfriend asked me last night. I was like excited for the draft. She's like, "Are you actually excited?" Like, it feels like that's actually just it's boring. Like, a guy stands up on the stage with the first pick in the NFL draft.
Is she asking why you yell so much?
Well, that's it, right? This is
all right, gents.
Like,
I'm gonna drop to the background. Bring me back in after our first tilt, aka when the draft starts after 3.
It sounds good, dude. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah, I mean they're running through the Zach Wilson highlights right now. It's got to be. It's got to be
him. I am gonna share our page to the Boredom League because we've got some guys that might come in. Maybe, I don't know.
We'll see. I am really liking this streaming. It's nice, Lando.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
Producer Scott, I think, was skeptical at first, and but I think it's not as custom as our other stuff.
No, it's not.
You having the box or the text block Scotty's face isn't ideal, but I mean we're gonna have to live or the 3 boxes.
See, I always imagined Scotty would be sort of in a darkly lit room with kind of the silhouette of himself. He could just be this mythical creature that edits and produces the show. But we got him in the flesh.
For people watching, they may have never seen Scott before.
Yeah.
You finally put a face to the name.
If you guys haven't already done so, a like on the video goes a long way. You don't have to go as far as giving us a super sticker like our super fan, Mr. Easy Daddy, but a like goes a long way. We appreciate that. And all of you here already are already subscribed, but if you're not, click that red button.
I'm gonna ask our listeners right now, coming in, to go and share on socials and pump us up on Twitter to get some people involved. Maybe search that hashtag NFL Draft 2021, and let's get this community growing, guys. The people in here are involved on our Discord channel. If you're not involved on our Discord channel, make sure to let us know, and we can invite you in and have some great conversations throughout the off season, in the NFL season. And it's a great growing community up there, Mac.
Scotty, I believe you're describing Giovanni, the Team Rocket leader. I like a good Pokemon reference. It's good stuff right there, as always.
Scotty up on there. I like that. He's our since Marky's left, he's been our punny guy.
Yeah, someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to bring the wit.
Did you get a chance to do a auction draft today, Landon? A mock with the new sleeper release?
I did. Scotty, maybe we need to get our big 16-team league on Sleeper, because they brought an auction today. It's a clean, really cool interface, really clean, very intuitive, and as it goes, the auction prices will kind of update. But just a note for everyone watching that uses Sleeper, you need to create the draft board on the web-based interface.
Correct.
If you do it on your phone, everyone defaults to $1. So you're not getting a realistic mock draft experience, because Dalvin Cook and Patrick Mahomes and Jonathan Taylor will go for $2. And that's not a fun experience unless you're with 10 or 12 of your closest friends that could actually vote.
You're right. You just have to start it from your desktop and then go from there. But honestly, the desktop setup is a lot cleaner, is a lot easier to navigate. Not that we had any issues before, but I think for new users, it's just a little bit more natural, a little bit more used to what they've had on other platforms. So I thought that Sleeper, knocked it out of the park. I thought it took a little bit longer than I would have liked. But again, we don't make the rules. So,
hey, but yeah, we'll be starting our big Dynasty Startup auction draft on Sunday, Max. So that's going to be a ton of fun. Over under 4 hours to complete that draft.
So we're doing 30-second nomination, 30-second bid time. I believe it does, with any last minute bid, it does have a reset to 10 seconds. I think it's going to be 3 and change. And we only have 22 players, but we have 14 teams. So, you do the basic math on that. It could be lengthy, but I think just under 4 is probably where we're going to be at. But a lot of guys might just auto draft it once they hit their max budgets, and they'll take who they get. But the pick is in. Roger Goodell is at the mic, and the New York Jets have selected Zach Wilson out of a BYU, second quarterback off the board. I think everyone that did a mock draft pool or even just for fun is 2 for 2 tonight.
Yep, that's right. So it's funny, Mac. I got the notification on my phone, and then I got the guy in my ear saying it is Zach Wilson, and then about 30 seconds later, you say it, and about 5 seconds later, I see it on the screen.
You see it.
It's a funny sequence because the notifications are pushing through Sleeper ahead of time.
Yeah, I've just got my phone here beside me. Do you think players going up onto the stage actually like Roger Goodell, or do you think this is just something that everyone does?
I don't know. I think they have the rookies put up. They like him right now. They like him right now until they don't.
I mean, it's like when you go to get that big first job and you meet the manager or you meet the owner, and it's like, oh, great to meet you, man. So excited. And you're just like, everyone just talks pure junk about the guy.
Well, the principal, right?
Yeah.
At your school, right?
Oh, my principal's a wonderful, wonderful man.
And you'll never say anything different in public.
I wouldn't, because he is. He's just great. But yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Here it is. Welcome
Yeah.
to the 2021 NFL Draft.
Let's
Just
go.
like Griff said, we've been here for now almost 40 minutes live with you all. It's 8:35. The draft was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and we've made 2 picks. But
It's
here
a
we
long
go.
one, Mac.
This
It's
is
a long one.
and I'm ready for that first trade.
Yeah.
I don't think it happens here. We've heard the Niners to have some rumors with the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers, and that's some craziness. Let's just say for fun here,
Yeah.
Green Bay trades Aaron Rodgers. They get this 3rd overall pick. Who do they draft?
Oh man, if they took Justin Fields, I would maybe throw the horn down of the Vikings, get the helmet off, and get a Packers. I'll be right there with you.
Okay,
I'm in. I love it.
That honestly might be worthwhile.
I'm a huge Justin Fields fan. I have said it throughout the offseason. That game against Clemson absolutely sold me. And then looking into him through the offseason, doing a profile on him, he is a great kid. He is a great talent. I think he does no wrong in my eyes. I don't know. I just really like the kid.
I sincerely hope that the whole thing with the epilepsy coming out a week before the draft has no bearing on his draft stock tonight. I think that would be really, really unfortunate and unfair for him in waiting this out. But we'll see. I just think it's Mac Jones here. I don't want it to be Mac Jones, but I think it is Mac Jones.
Man, his brothers look identical to him.
Yeah, they do.
Did you see that on the screen? I was like, is that Mac Jones making that face? No, that's those are his brothers, I think.
And the Jets get their guy. So let's see what the Jets do now at 23?
Yeah, I mean, it would be great, I think, if they took a running back. They need one.
They also need to protect. They don't want to go down the path that the Bengals did last year, getting Joe Burrow with the number 1 pick and then really him potentially ruining his career. I mean, he didn't. He recovered nicely. He looks to be in good shape and rehabbing well, but that's just an injury that you hate to see. And I think given another first-round pick in a really good offensive tackle class, I think you got to go try to get some support for that line.
Yeah, I agree. We had them taking Greg Newsome in our most recent, and I think that's a really good pick as well. I mean, that's basically taking best player available. At that point, that'd be too far for Greg Newsome to fall in some people.
I think so.
Matt,
I have Greg Newsome. Sorry, I have Greg Newsome in my mock going to the Chicago Bears at 20, assuming that they don't trade up to try to get a quarterback, because I do think that could happen tonight. I think we could see the Bears or the Patriots try to make a move up as early as 4. The Falcons might not want to take that tight end. They might want to try to do something with Julio and start rebuilding this team. I don't know.
Because, man, the next 3 quarterbacks are great. Like, really.
Fantastic.
Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and Justin Fields are really good quarterbacks. 3 other teams are going to get extremely lucky for the future. I don't know if we'll ever see a quarterback class this good before. Like, again.
Correct.
I mean,
yeah.
Here's a question for you. Should I say the pick as soon as I see it on my phone? Or do we want to wait until it actually happens on your screen? Or what do you think we should do?
I think we're going to have a rule now, and it's just going to go out the window later when, crazy things start happening.
Yeah. Well, because I'll see a trade and then I'll go like this, and you'll be
you're going to ruin it 100%.
I won't be able to. So I'm going to basically say it as soon as I see it, and we'll because the listeners get a delay anyways. So
Correct.
Even they're watching it live, they're going to see the pick before we can even react to it. Yep. So we might as well just say it when we have it.
Say it when you got it. I'm a little bit ahead of you, so I assume that I'll just continue to roll. But if you want to shout him out ahead, go ahead.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna get this draft board ready. I'm gonna throw up Mac Jones because that's what I think it is.
I want to see something big. I want to get a reaction here. I want to see a Trey Lance in there. To be honest, Mac, it's hard to believe that this is actually happening for real right now, because we've done so much research throughout the offseason. We've done a mock drafts. Like, to me, Jamar Chase is already a Dolphin. He's been a Dolphin for
so
months,
long. Yeah.
In my mind. But for something crazy to happen is just such a great feeling, honestly.
It's like this whole draft, we've talked about it, how this draft can go sideways with just one pick. Like if the Bengals...
It's Trey Lance.
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 Come on.
Let's go. It's Trey Lance.
See, and that, to me, is worth the upside. You know, if you're going to give up 3 first-round picks to move up to 3, go get a guy like Trey Lance that can be a difference maker, who has, you know, the mobility, who has the toughness, who has the big arm. Get an athlete. That's exactly what Trey Lance is. Oh, wow.
Exactly.
And it just went sideways.
It just went sideways. This is it. How far is Mac Jones going to fall? This is where we need to talk. Now we have some big discussions to talk about. And
better yet,
yep,
Aaron Rodgers is still a Green Bay Packer.
We don't have to shut down the stream. Now, most streams after 40 minutes are good. Like, normally we can stop. But right now, I mean, it's an hour almost.
Yeah.
Scotty, I'm going to bring Scotty in for some live reactions. Scotty, what is going on? What do you think about Trey Lance to the Niners?
I agree with Mac. I think there's way more upside there personally. So I think if you're a Niners fan right now, you're really happy with the decision. I know Mac is happy that his boy Rodgers is still a Packer for now. But, like you said, now the draft really starts. Maybe, maybe Fields starts falling. Maybe 14 isn't that far away. Let's see. Hey, you know what? I kept saying this all last season that, there's no way that we don't get J-Jets. And Max shut the stream down. So there we go.
This is a guy, though, Landon, who in a lot of dynasty startups, if you had drafted pre-NFL draft, he was probably the 5th quarterback taken. Just from everything that you'd seen in mock drafts, he would have been the guy that would fallen. That people would be like, I'm not sure I would take a shot on. Now he goes 3rd off the board to a team that needs a quarterback, and a mobile quarterback will fit the system so well. Like, think back to what Colin Kaepernick was able to do as a mobile option. Whew.
I mean, I really think I honestly think the Niners, from a winning perspective, maybe not as much a fantasy football perspective, that's absolutely the best landing spot, in my opinion. Like, to land with the 49ers, you literally have a chance to win, and it's not 100% on you to make it happen. Good luck, Jets. Good luck, Wilson.
And we got Griff in the chat here with his first. We got the first Bust City, Utah. Trey Lance. Look, it can't be worse than Jimmy G.
No, it can't be. And you know what? So this is a great opportunity for Trey Lance to maybe sit beside or be behind Jimmy G. And if the Patriots don't trade up or trade for Jimmy, Trey Lance can sit behind him for half a year and learn from a very competent quarterback, while they can still win and maybe take a good run like what we saw from Justin or from Herbert last year.
Mm-hmm. Wow, dude. Well,
I personally think that Jimmy G with this pick is going to end up somewhere else.
You think? Yeah.
I mean,
tonight, Scotty?
I don't think.
Or is he not worth? Is he not worth a first-round pick?
Well, only time will tell. But I would not be surprised to see him land somewhere else, like back in his old stomping ground there in New England. But I mean, they paid Newton a lot of money, but I don't think that New England is used to losing. And if they think they have a shot at him, and the hype for Lance is huge, I could see them making a deal. I mean, Jimmy G's not young, but I agree. I always think the Aaron Rodgers approach is the best way to do it if you can. Like, let a quarterback who is the you're the cornerstone of your franchise. For the love of God, like sit for at least a couple games, go through training camp with a real vet and learn how to play. I always prefer that approach if you can. But if they can get good value for him, it might just be too hard, and somebody like Belichick might just make it happen.
Let's shift the conversation here to the Atlanta Falcons. About 4 minutes left on the clock. I don't know if they expected Justin Fields to be available here. He is a Georgia boy, so this would be a hometown kid, playing for his hometown team. Do they trade back? Do they now take the value on Justin Fields, or do they take Kyle Pitts, a generational talent, probably one of the best tight end prospects we've seen in the last decade or two? What do you guys think?
I think they go with Justin Fields. I think they don't plan on being in this position ever again in the top 4 or 5 picks. So they can take a generational quarterback in Justin Fields, and they're good for the future. They have the Matt Ryan replacement. And there you have it. Matt Ryan, his contract can be voided at a reasonable expense next year. Not this year, but next year. So maybe
let's keep in mind too, though, that Matt Ryan is still in his mid-30s. There's a lot of time left there.
Yeah.
That's kind of why you think we got Julio in his last year. I know there's been trade rumors, but it's probably last year or two. We've got a really solid Calvin Ridley. Our run game isn't great. But if we add Kyle Pitts here, we could make something happen.
Yeah, I think actually this will be really interesting because to me, this is them putting a stamp on whether they believe that they actually have enough pieces to try to win now, or if they take this pick instead of getting a massive, massive upgrade at tight end to try to potentially win now with the pieces they have. If they go with a quarterback, to me, it's them saying, it's kind of closing the chapter of Matty Ice and, Julio and all the great names they've had in this offense that just never really got it done thanks to Brady. And, they just kind of prepare for the future. Same thing, maybe a season under Matt Ryan, then his contract could be expendable. So we'll see. If they go for Pitts, to me, it's them saying, no, we got this. Like, we're going for it. And because Kyle Pitts is producing right now in the NFL.
Absolutely. A guy that's 6'6", 250, shouldn't be able to run as fast, shouldn't be able to jump as high, and he will be a nightmare to guard. He's too fast for linebackers. He's too big for corners and safeties. He's just going to create mismatches all over the field.
This is a pick. The pick was in early. They were rumored to like Kyle Pitts right from the get-go, and obviously who doesn't. Although tight ends do not generally produce early in their career. I mean, Evan Engram was one of the few to do it in year one. Kyle Pitts is worth a top 3 pick in 1 quarterback rookie drafts because of this landing spot, if it indeed is Atlanta.
Yeah, he's going to go.
My world so complicated if he goes to Atlanta. Scotty loves his tight ends, and if Matt Ryan is still slinging the rock.
Scott, this tight end is younger than 35. You know that, right?
I mean, Delaney Walker has apparently been, put in some good work this season. So maybe I don't need a tight end.
Lando, whenever you get it, feel free to roll it out. I've got Roger Goodell at the podium right now.
It is Kyle Pitts. It's Kyle Pitts.
With the 4th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft, Kyle Pitts goes to the Atlanta Falcons.
So they're going for it. Matty Ice is still their boy, and they
Julio
want to win
should
now.
Stay put now.
Yeah, and now you think about that passing offense. Like if Kyle Pitts can get up to speed quickly, and you roll out that passing attack, man, that is scary.
You thought Julio Jones was tough to guard.
Yeah.
Wait till you see Kyle Pitts.
There is a caveat that Julio Jones has to, stay on the field as a dynasty fantasy owner of him. Yep. But if he can stay on the field and stay healthy, that passing attack could be trouble.
Like if you're watching the screen right there, that's fantastic coverage. But he's 6'6", 250 with a massive vert with 4.4 speed. Like he's just too big. Doesn't matter how well he's covered, he's just too big. he profiles like a Darren Waller. He's just so athletic.
Who cares if Julio Jones is injured all season? They have his replacement walking to the podium right now.
Isn't Delaney Walker's son draft eligible next year?
I'll have to try to get up to the 101 dynasty for that.
Is Delaney Walker trying to hold out just like LeBron James is to try to get his son in the league at the same time?
Sure, let's go with that's why he hasn't been playing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, should I drop Hayden Hurst right now?
Wow, those shares take immediate hits, Lando.
Yeah, I should have sold him last offseason. I'm gonna drop him
look,
right
now. And this is a team that since the departure of Austin Hooper just hasn't been able to fill that role. Hooper went down, they didn't have anybody step up. They tried to make it work with Hayden Hurst. That kind of went flat, and now they've got a potential future Hall of Famer tight end on their team. This guy's that good.
I can't remember the last time there was this much hype about a rookie tight end. I've been trying to remember the last time we were this excited about a guy.
I mean, to be honest, Scotty, we have 3 of those guys in this draft.
Yeah.
It's very top heavy. We have the quarterback, obviously. We have Kyle Pitts, and we have Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 guys are kind of the best we've seen in a long time. Wide receiver wise, okay. There's more.
I would argue
we have Amari Coopers of the world.
Yeah, the rookie wide receiver is a narrative that every year, every couple of years at the very least, there's usually at least 1 or 2 guys that you're like, you got the. I can't remember the last time we were talking like if he's not gone in the top 5 picks, I'll be amazed. And true to form, he's that good.
Now, is this where the Cincinnati Bengals just come up and grab a guy like Jamar Chase? They do the reuniting. They get a tackle later. Do they just think that Jamar Chase is that special, or do you get the ultimate protector in Penei Sewell?
I mean, it would be very Cincinnati Bengals of them to like go get the elite wide receiver when like the football part of my brain says like O-line wins games, like go get a protector. Like look what happened this past season to your shiny, 101. Like he needs some protection. But the fantasy football fan of me is like, ooh, go get Chase. Like as long as your ankle's not completely shattered, you can still throw it in garbage time. I need to do
Easy says, look, if the Falcons draft a running back next round, and look, they could go out and grab who might be there at that point, a Chuba Hubbard, maybe a Jamar Jefferson, because who's the leading running back right now? It's Mike Davis, I believe.
Mike Davis is the lead back in Atlanta. Yeah,
I agree with Chris there. You have to protect your franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
Burrow coming back off that knee injury, rehabbing well. He's young though. If this happens again, it's not good. I think you need to go Penei Sewell here.
I think you have to as well. He is really a very, 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 very good offensive tackle.
And I don't think he's the most talented. I do think Rashawn Slater is the most talented, but you factor in his size and speed. He's just a mammoth of a man.
Yeah.
So I think it has to be Penei Sewell.
I agree. I think as great as the narrative would be to get the Chase reunion back there, it's there's a reason that the O-linemen end up being some of the highest paid players in the league, and rightfully so, because they will win you championships. Mm-hmm. And we've seen what happens with young, promising quarterbacks when they're just put behind lines that don't have top-tier picks in there. And that can shorten their career, or they can end up with them never really being what they were supposed to be because they're just hit too much, they're scared, and they're just too hurt. And who can blame them?
Yeah. No, you're totally right, Scotty.
It's amazing what Russell Wilson has accomplished in his career when you look at the stats.
No kidding.
I don't know how he gets out of bed in the morning and thinks I'm going to work today because, geez.
So let's just live in this hypothetical world right here. What if Jamar Chase does go off the board here to the Bengals? Do you think for a fantasy purpose that guys like T. Higgins or Tyler Boyd do take a hit? Or do you think with the departure of Green and sort of the hole that's been there with him kind of in and out of the lineup, healthy, not healthy, blah, blah, blah. Do you think Jamar Chase actually helps the receiving corps as a whole?
Oh, this is great for the Bengals if they take Jamar Chase. And it's great for the offense. Obviously, Tyler Boyd takes a hit, and he's almost undrafted in dynasty leagues if you're starting up now. But T. Higgins, Jamar Chase complement each other great. This is good for Joe Mixon. This is good for Joe Burrow. Good for everyone. I say this all the time. More first downs for an offense is good.
It's better for all involved.
For all involved. I don't buy into there's not enough passes for T. Higgins. No, that's great. You want to have more opportunities for T. Higgins to score touchdowns, and those will also lead to Jamar Chase touchdowns as well. It'll be interesting to see if the Bengals take the Chiefs approach and let the quarterback make the decision. Because last year we had CEH go at the back of the first because they gave that pick to Patrick Mahomes. But I think this is a chance to just say, you know what, we do want you to make the pick, and we want you to make another throw in the NFL, and that's with protection, like you guys have been talking about.
Just got a text from my resident Bengals fan. Smith or Chase here, I think. I don't think them going the sensible route. I don't think they're going to go the sensible route. Right there. Just because it's the Bengals, he thinks they're going with one of two wide receivers, because taking the sensible route that would probably lead to victory is just not the Bengals style, in his opinion.
It's Chris bringing up a good point. He's kind of viewing it like when the Cowboys took CeeDee Lamb last year, you're going, hey, we've got Zeke. We've got, at the time, it was Blake Jarwin, who everyone was like is going to have a big breakout as a pass-catching tight end. We've got Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup. Why do we need another receiver? And that, everybody got work. Even without Dak Prescott. So yeah, I think Jamar going to the Bengals is not the worst thing in the world. I'd be thrilled about it if I was a Jamar or potential Jamar owner. But to me, Landon, like you said, Jamar's already a Dolphin in my mind.
I tend to agree.
Is it better that he's a Bengal than a Dolphin for fantasy football?
I am okay with him being a Dolphin. I think he deserves top 3 consideration, like I've discussed before. Jamar Chase, if he does land with the Dolphins, you could see him slip if, say, a Devonta Smith or Jalen Waddle land with the Chargers. You might see a flip-flop of ADPs. I know the three of us have Mr. Chase as number 1, and we'll take him as the first wide receiver off the board no matter what, but that might not be throughout the fantasy football community.
They went with Jamar
Chase.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase season.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh, I love how he called it. They won't go the sensible route. That's the last thing he said before that pick.
Jamar
Chase.
All right. Well, top of the...
Look at him. He looks like a baller. Jamar.
He is a ball. Now, okay, so this, like, you talk about a pick that could just derail how you thought the draft was going to go. That's the one. You're like, look, Jamar Chase is special, but they've got to go with Penei Sewell, right?
Man.
I guess not. They're getting Joe Burrow, his boy.
Whoever gets Sewell now is going to get an absolute steal. Wow.
Kev,
Jamar Chase.
My boy Kev in the chat, he's trying to trigger me. I see you, Kev. It's not going to happen tonight. It'll probably happen at some point. I've got the Kleenex lined up and ready.
Kev, we appreciate you, Kev. Thanks for coming in. You know what? When you ask a friend to come in to the live stream to hang out with the boys and they actually do it, that's when you're a true pal.
Asking for a friend in our pool. Yeah, confirm that Joe Burrow has a little bit of pull.
Little bit of pull.
Look, there's like something to be said about working with your franchise quarterback as the general manager of a franchise and just trying to appease them, basically not going the route that the Green Bay Packers have gone over the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
I think this is great for fantasy football. And I'm actually more excited about Jamar Chase as a Bengal than I was with him being a Dolphin. I just don't have as much confidence in Tua Tagovailoa as I do Joe Burrow. And these guys have the chemistry already. I mean, this is fantasy gold from the get-go.
Tua takes a hit here. I do think he'll get a weapon throughout the draft, but it's not the best weapon in the draft. This is big. So any Devonta Smith hype out there, it's no longer. Like Jamar Chase is now the best wide receiver in the draft, and he will be drafted as such.
Absolutely. And this is interesting here. I could see the Dolphins continuing to be savvy. They wanted to get Jamar Chase. If they don't think that Devontae Smith is the automatic 1B, they could go Penei Sewell or they could trade back. And it says that the pick is in. I guess we'll see. There's no trade reported yet, but I could see them trading back. They've been pretty savvy so far. Wow. Unbelievable.
This is awesome. This draft has gone really, really good.
This draft is awesome for fantasy football owners.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone is excited to see quarterbacks and tight ends going before receivers. Like, when do you see that? But that's where we're at. And it could be that the Dolphins go Devontae Smith here. It could absolutely
could.
Oh man,
Kev, if you're still in the chat, I want you to check on Bobby and see how he's doing. Ramrod, Team Ramrod. He's a huge Dolphins fan. I know that he had that Jamar Chase jersey lined up in the NFL fan shop, ready to go, and you're gonna have to
Jalen Waddle.
What?
Jalen Waddle?
Come on.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh man.
Wow. Didn't I say that Jalen Waddle is going to go before Devontae Smith? Didn't I say that?
Gosh.
We'll have to check the tape. I believe you did.
Because he's better. Because he's a better wide receiver.
Wow. You've been hyping up Waddle all off season. Don't get me wrong. Like, our first conversation before we even started looking into this, Mac, you had Waddle as your number one. And he going number two this early as the sixth pick is high praise to how you scouted him early in his season last year. And the fact that he missed basically most of the season, came back from the national championship and hobbled his way through it and battled through that injury. And for him to go top 6 in the draft is incredible.
Absolutely. Like, I'm going to bring it up for the last time. Jalen Waddle kept pace and even outpaced Devontae Smith, who went on to win the Heisman the first 4 games of the season. Jalen Waddle's that dude. He's your younger man's Tyreek Hill. He's your better prospect of a Tyreek Hill. I mean, Tyreek Hill was a guy that had some personal issues, went the JUCO route, came back, got drafted, made a name for himself. Jalen Waddle, without the injury, I mean, even with the injury, he still goes this high. It's wild to me. This is a burner. This is a guy that will produce unbelievable piece. And now we sit here with the Devontae Smith truthers, and we say, how far does he fall? Because his teammate that only played 4 games went ahead of him, didn't win the Heisman.
Yep.
A guy that took a year off, who won the Blitnikoff over CD Lamb and Michael Pittman in 2019, went ahead of him.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the love and respect for Devontae Smith?
I mean, I think he'll get the love. I think there's going to be a team that gets him. And if he goes to the Chargers, that's going to be a serious conversation between where he should go in fantasy versus Jalen Waddle, because we know that that's not a great, not a perfect landing spot for Waddle.
Easy makes a good point, though, that there is the Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Waddle Alabama connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just got the announcement from the commish.
Yeah, same.
For that long.
I'm even further
Hey,
back. I'm
dang.
watching Chase get interviewed.
Yeah, I think some of the guys in the chat are saying that too. Detroit having Penei Sewell put on a silver platter for him.
Oh, and it's funny because in my mock draft, I had them taking Rashawn Slater because I already had Penei Sewell gone.
Yeah.
Look, man, this makes a lot of sense. You want to get that?
Take Justin Fields.
Sure, I guess you could. It depends how excited they are about Jared Goff. Look, if you get Penei Sewell on the left side of that line, Jared Goff's going to be better. He's going to make DeAndre Swift better. I think you got to get Penei Sewell, like you said, handed to them on a silver platter.
Yeah.
This is the pick. I had them going Rashawn Slater. A better prospect is still available at the position. I think this is where we see the first non-fantasy relevant player off the board.
No, I agree. And Detroit's just, they got to make the play that makes sense here. And well, I mean, you look at what Swift could be. Like, they've got some good pieces there. They made the trade for Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
If you, exactly. For Swift owners, they're like, give them some help. I mean, you need to have, if you want to win football games, you need an O-line. And you have Goff. You made the trade, like, you don't have to rush into this. And if you get, if you start a controversy there right away and get a first round quarterback instead of solidifying your line to get your running back and your current quarterback, high paid quarterback, some help. Mm-hmm. So I just don't think it's a way to run a franchise. So I know it will have fantasy implications. Swift will have a chance this season. Stay healthy and maybe put in a full season.
I also think you got to give Jared Goff some chance. You can't make this move and then go ahead and pivot. I mean, I know the value is there, but the value is also there at the offensive line. And teams are always trying to either increase their playmakers or increase the offensive linemen. And I think they got to go Sewell.
What's kind of weird about the start of this draft so far is these teams, most of them perceive themselves as contenders right away. It's kind of odd to see the Falcons, the 49ers, the Dolphins, who had a really good season, in these top picks. So they kind of have luxury picks right now. They're picking to win now rather than, building an O-line and protecting. Like, this is a team. These are teams that need weapons and need to win now. And obviously they agree that Waddle is that guy. And maybe not all Dolphins fans are happy about it. I think I'm happy about it too. I think this is good for that team.
But I mean, I think everyone was on board with them going Jamar Chase, and Jalen Waddle is not a massive discount to Jamar Chase.
Hey, so
he wins in different ways. That's how we'll kind of say.
If Bobby decided to jump in, I know he said he was too mad to jump in, but I think this is Mac. I think you should convince him that this is actually a good pick for them.
Bobby's pissed.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bobo. If it's an offensive tackle, it's great for Swift. Absolutely. And
I want it to be Sewell. I want him to go right now.
It just makes good sense.
Offensive players can go in
he's not a bad quarterback. I don't believe he's a bad quarterback. He's
a former first-round pick. I mean,
exactly.
He'll get the ball.
Yeah, first overall pick.
Especially when it's the Lions. Like, the Lions have so many holes. And one of them is now not quarterback because Goff, you got to give him a few seasons to see. Maybe with a change of scenery, he can get it back to the way it was. He was once one of the highest coveted quarterbacks in the NFL when the Rams were looking like the greatest show on turf. And that wasn't that long ago. So if they go quarterback here, why? I mean, try to be competitive and win for once.
Yeah. And man, if the Panthers get a chance to draft a quarterback, that's where it's going to get really interesting. I know they just traded for Sam Darnold. I thought they paid a pretty good price for him, but if Justin Fields ends up going to the Panthers, wow. But this also solidifies the Broncos getting either Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
Yeah, and that's kind of with all the flips that have happened here. Why there are some good quarterbacks left on the boards. I don't think Detroit will deplete that at all either because they have so many other holes to deal with. Mm-hmm. But it'll be interesting because the Panthers are going to have a great option at this rate, And then, you get to the Broncos. What do they make that trade for Bridgewater yesterday?
Mhm.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. There's going to be a lot of quarterback movement, I think, even after this draft. So
100%.
exciting times. It's I love it when it starts just going. It's tilting. It's fully tilting.
When do you guys think the first trade happens?
Ooh, that's a good question, Mac. It could be soon because I still believe that these quarterbacks are so good. I don't know. You were right to think that Fields is actually going to fall a little bit. And I hope he doesn't.
I hope he doesn't either. That epilepsy story. I think some people maybe got him down. When do we see the first trade?
For the Lions is going nuts right now.
I think that the Bears are going to be the team that trades up, or the Patriots are going to trade up to get that last quarterback. They're going to gauge, as soon as Mac Jones goes, as soon as Justin Fields goes, I think one of them will make the move, come up and grab the remaining. Will there be any stud running backs getting picked? Kev, I don't think so. I think at the first round, we're not going to see any.
Penei Sewell. He's in.
Just as we thought, Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
Good for Detroit.
Finally a sensible pick for the Lions. It makes sense, man. It makes a whole lot of sense.
It really shows. And I was, based on the reaction in the draft room for the Lions, I was about to say that maybe we're concerned. Maybe we're concerned they're going to go quarterback because they were so excited there.
Right.
But I'm glad that they're so excited for Penei Sewell. It's the right choice. They probably didn't think in a million years that he would be there.
No, and that's why I had them taking Rashawn Slater, because I didn't think he'd be there either. But
no,
this makes sense. I mean, this is a guy who's 6'6", 330 pounds that will protect. If you've seen the movie The Blind Side, he is Michael Oher. He will protect that line.
If it wasn't for a historic year of this top end talent, like I mentioned earlier, Lawrence, Pitts, Jamar, he would have been a top 2 pick.
I mean, and let's not forget that this is a guy in Penei Sewell who gave Justin Herbert all the time in the world to orchestrate at Oregon.
Yeah. And we see what he can do now in the NFL with a little bit of time.
What a fun little stretch we're hitting though now here. Like this was the sensible pick. As we said, it didn't deplete any, say, of the remaining quarterbacks. But look at this stretch we've got coming up here. You got Carolina and Denver. And
2 quarterbacks. There's 2 quarterbacks for them.
That's what I'm saying. I think this all but cements the Denver Broncos getting one. They're going to get somebody.
Yeah.
The question is, do the Chicago Bears, do the New England Patriots want to force the hand of somebody else to come up at 8 and get one of them? Because if Carolina does scoop Justin Fields and they don't get what they want out of Sam Darnold, they have that option to learn behind, and it doesn't really cost them much because, I mean, this draft kind of fell to them the way that they want. So do we see
it's going to be
someone
really
come up?
interesting to see now, because this is where, like you say, when it makes sense to us, it makes sense to them, which means they have to either move heaven and earth to try to snag one, or Cam Newton's your guy, or I don't know, look for Drew Lock, Jimmy G. They just maybe try to upgrade slightly or ride it out for another year, and good luck. Try again next year. I don't think losing goes well in New England though.
So if for some reason one of those quarterbacks don't get picked, I could see the Vikings get in there. I'm going to take Mac's thing off. I could see the Vikings make a move ahead of some of these other teams to try to get one of those 2 quarterbacks, because they're close, Scotty.
They are. I don't know. I would love it. I don't know how much they'd be willing to give up at this point. It would take a lot, because the thing is, that there's a lot of competition to get these last 2 guys. And as much as I'd like to think that the Vikings would be able to sneak up and really start grab a franchise quarterback of the future, I just don't think they'd be willing to pay the price to move up to where they have to be, because the difference between 14 and say 9 is astronomical when everybody knows the score. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. To me, it's more likely that's like somebody like I said, I keep saying New England or somebody really just pays aggressively because they're not used to having very little direction as a franchise. And I feel like they have very little direction right now.
And Easy brings up a good point. I mean, Rashawn Slater is a very elite offensive lineman. And if they are actually sold on Sam Darnold and they think that he is their future, this then we'll have some more opportunities for a team like the Vikings or the Patriots to move up and get one of those two guys. And I think those are, but if these two teams pass on a quarterback, then the whole draft gets even more fun.
He's so excited. He's just breaking the top off his microphone. But yeah, no, I agree. And you bring up a good point because it's kind of like the Goff situation. Like when you traded for Jared Goff, you don't grab another quarterback right away because you did give something up to get that. You're gonna let that play out. Sam Darnold himself was a very high draft pick. Like I think there certainly is a world where they just look at the situation and say maybe we should try to let CMC play a full career and get him some elite offensive line help, and let's see what Sam Darnold has, because he could come out and really surprise people. And if he does, then they'll look like geniuses. And if he doesn't, then once again, maybe you're looking next season. But instead of immediately kind of getting a quarterback competition going, where anytime Sam Darnold starts to throw picks or have problems, they're going to be like, well, he had 3 games, go to the bench. Like
Griff saying he was hoping that the Saints would move up here to the 8th spot and maybe grab that quarterback of the future. I mean, look, they've got Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston's been fine for fantasy football. Maybe not the best for football, but he can move the football. And I don't see anything wrong with Jameis Winston there. And I don't think it's going to happen at 9. I think that the Denver Broncos, we're going to find out if they believe in Drew Lock or not. I think they're going to take somebody to back him up, or at least sort of foster some sort of competition, because Drew Lock is living in the world of complacency right now with no one behind him to push him.
That's good. Yeah.
They went with JC Horn, cornerback.
Wow.
JC Horn.
Whoa.
JC Horn, I think that's early.
Interesting
that Horn goes before Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, we love Patrick Surtain as a pick, and a lot of people had him as the first cornerback off the board. But I know JC Horn's an uber talented cornerback. They said that on the broadcast just before I muted it, and they've been locked in on him. We didn't know, and clearly they are willing to give Sam Darnold a chance, build the team around him, because he, like we've said multiple times throughout the offseason, he did not stand a chance in New York. He never stood a chance. I think he's I'm not going to say very, but he's a talented quarterback and is still very young.
And I don't think that Sam Darnold ever had the chance. Like, he never got a fair chance. No. He was with Adam Gase. They were always in a losing position. We already kind of detailed the Adam Gase career there, his tenure, like just not very good, always in negative game scripts, never had weapons. They were very injured in his time there, and he even went through his own struggles with mono and seeing ghosts and all that fun stuff. So look, I don't think Sam Darnold was ever set up to succeed. I'd like to see him with the Panthers here.
Yeah,
that's KC. 2 for 2 now with the when a new quarterback's been brought into the system. And I don't know, I'm here for it. Just as like a football fan, I feel, if you go out and you get somebody like a Sam Darnold or a Goff, I think they're expecting to play, and I think they're expecting to at least get one season where they are the guy. Where if you spend a first-round draft pick on a quarterback, it's impossible for the fan base to not start at least, thinking like 30-70 or 50-50 going, I don't know. Why don't we start the new shiny toy, right? Like, give him one season to like try to show he can be the guy, and maybe he can be. So, but yeah, I did not think Horn was going to be the 8th man off the board.
I had JC Horn going to the Giants at 11.
You're
So
close.
Lando and Scotty, 9, 10, 11. The next 3 picks. Give me your takes here. What's the next 3?
This has to be Justin Fields. It has to. Denver, it could not have gotten a better landing spot. We had them going Mac Jones in our most recent draft. Dallas will get Patrick Surtain on a silver platter as well. And now with the New York Giants, I think they could go on our last one. We had Devonta Smith going. I'm not sure if they go that route. They could go Rashawn. I think they should go Rashawn Slater.
And that's where I was going to pivot. I kind of was thinking, Devonta Smith could go. We mocked that, but I think I'm going to go firmly. It's Justin Fields. It's Patrick Surtain, and then Rashawn Slater. And then I think I'll extend one more. Devonta Smith goes to the Eagles. That is where we draw the line. That's as far as he falls.
Okay. Scotty, where do you differ, or if at all?
It could be interesting. This next pick, I have a weird feeling. I'm not sure. Could they go away and just like throw this whole thing completely off kilter? Because it would make no sense for a franchise. Fields, like, I just don't think the guy should be falling any further. I want him to. I want him to fall.
Well, if he doesn't go here,
that's I know, and I'm trying to be. He doesn't go to the Vikings. I'm trying to be impartial here, but like if he can make it past Denver, you got Dallas, you got the Giants, and you got Philly, and then the Chargers. I mean,
with all the talk about Jalen Hurts not being the guy per se at this point in time, maybe they take a shot on one of these 2 existing quarterbacks. But it's not going to be the Cowboys. It's not going to be the Giants.
Yep.
It's not going to be the Chargers. Like, either there's going to be a trade or the Vikings could have their pick of
and that's where my eyes have just it was kind of like with JJ's last season. Every time they get a little closer, the chances are incredibly low. But we're kind of, there is room in here if Denver doesn't take Fields. There's a very real chance that he could fall to the Vikings. Would they take him?
I don't think.
Would someone trade up? There's all the possibilities, but we're now officially in the zone where I can dare to dream.
Now,
we will
are
see.
you both putting a Fields jersey in the shopping cart right away? I know Landon has to.
Yeah, I'll get a Fields jersey in the shopping cart, and I'm going to get a little Justin Jefferson bobblehead right beside
Max
me.
bid, 90 ADP. Oh, $90 in the auction draft. There we go.
Take it all.
We'll see. But this is the fun part. This is why I love drafts, because I'm just running numbers in my head, and it's just, I thought coming in, I don't know. It's that Carolina pivot. I was hoping they went Sam Darnold. It's probably what inspired my like allegiance to your current quarterback rant.
See,
stick with your guy.
I'm kind of with easy. I'm kind of with easy with the Patriots and how aggressive they've been this free agency. It's pretty much securing every veteran player under the sun who can help them win now. Why wouldn't they, at this point, with 2 starting caliber quarterbacks still on the board, make a move? And I'm surprised we haven't seen a trade announced yet. But with 55 seconds left on the clock, the Denver Broncos look like they're going to use this pick.
They're going to, it looks like it. Are you too surprised that there haven't been more trades?
At this point, yes.
Because it feels like the Waddle pick, although they made it really quick and they wanted it right away, it feels like they could have traded back. But they traded up. They could have got him at the 9 spot where they were originally.
Well, and these are the things that we don't know as fans.
Or the 8 spot, whatever they were, yeah.
we don't know. Like it goes to show you how highly regarded these offensive pieces are, being the first 6 off the board. I mean, we haven't seen this a draft this offensively dominated in a long time.
No, I love when they pan to the players with Fields and Mac on there, and they're kind of making this face like, I haven't got the call yet. I probably won't get the call.
I'll wait.
No, they want to get picked, but they're not getting the call. So I don't think it's either of those guys. I don't think either of them just got picked. Now that might be they didn't show them getting picked, or maybe Fields was already called and he's just waiting for his name to come up on the board. But
yeah,
I mean, if it was me, it would be Fields, hands down. Now, if he does go, guys, what's your feeling on him? Does Denver still have that stink of Drew Lock not performing, or do you like the fantasy value of Fields in Denver? Because they haven't had a quarterback in years.
I think the fantasy value has to be put on hold for a little bit with Justin Fields. In a dynasty league, sure, he's still worth it, but it doesn't have the same.
Here we go.
It doesn't have the same value.
Patrick Surtain.
It is official. The Denver Broncos believe in Drew Lock. Patrick Surtain.
That.
So back-to-back absolute shutdown corners. Wow.
God.
Patrick
You
Surtain
gotta love
second to the Denver Broncos. Holy guacamole, folks.
Oh, no. So no one has gotten this draft right. No one could ever assume this is going to happen. Mac and Fields plummeting down the draft board.
And this is going to be really interesting to see what the Dallas Cowboys do here. They need to go defense, but the 2 corners that they might have picked, I mean, did they go Micah Parsons?
I'd be making calls. Yeah, I mean, Micah's the most talented.
I would be making calls if I was. This is where we might see the first trade.
Yeah, this is where they should trade. I don't know if
Jerry's going Devontae Smith.
Man.
Michael Gallup share is just about to get thrown out the window if that happens.
Patrick Surtain. I mean, look, this is a guy who pretty much shut down everybody in the highest level of college football that you could have had. Playing for Alabama, he's pretty much seen it all. He's played the best wide receivers. He's worthy of a top 10 pick. Don't get me wrong. I just thought it was to the Cowboys. I didn't see J.C. Horn going ahead of him, and I didn't see the Panthers and the Broncos passing up skill position players.
No, that's it's fun. Now the real fun begins, though, because like we said, there's a lot of teams between now and the next logical landing points. I mean, New England, in my opinion, is the next quarterback needy team. Like, in the way that every team on here has a starter. I would love to see Fields go to the Vikings, but even them, they have Kirk Cousins and they owe him a lot of money. So this is,
Scotty, do you dare to dream?
I dare for like a Fields J-Jet connection that I just get to enjoy and watch. And he gets 1 year under Cousins and then like, boom, that contract's gone. But we'll see. We'll see. This is why we mock, and it's hilariously fun because
if Jerry is smart, he trades back.
I agree. If he takes the pick, I think Michael Parsons is the pick. This draft so far feels to me like the best player available. Mm-hmm. These are teams picking what they perceive as the best option, not necessarily just their needs. Because with the COVID season we had last year, with guys sitting out this year, limited, not a combine, pro days, they just are picking what they think is the best player. I mean, it's easier said than done. We've seen a lot in different drafts picking for needs, and we do it in our NFL draft or in our fantasy drafts. But that's my feeling so far. the best athletes and the best players are getting picked, regardless of what we thought they need.
The Devontae Smith sweepstakes continue. Where does he fall? I said 12. The Eagles. That's as far as he goes. They need a wide receiver. They need help. I think he's the best available in terms of pass catchers.
I think he'd make a lot. Honestly, I think the Eagles would make a lot of sense as a landing spot. You know, it's you've got your stud. I mean, they really bought in, obviously, to their stud young quarterback. You got to give him weapons. I mean, I remember last season, Mac broke down just how many tight end routes comprised the Eagles' offensive playbook. Statistically,
Eagles are trading with the Cowboys.
Oh boy,
Eagles have traded up.
All right.
This is not good for any Jalen Hurts fans.
No, but this, I mean, yeah. Do you trade up for Devontae Smith?
Maybe
because the Giants had been rumored to take Devontae Smith. So do they go? I can't see them taking a quarterback.
No, that's the thing is both. I believe both the Eagles and the Giants are actually committed to their young, sought after quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. So to me,
I think Landon, is it a trade? Sorry, Scotty, is it 10 for 12 and others?
And they're third. Yep.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to get that up on the board here, and we'll swap these guys out. Wow.
And to trade with a rival is something that we don't see very often. Correct. I do think that the Eagles are taking a wide receiver. Pretty much every mock draft, we've had the Eagles taking a wide receiver because we've had two major wide receivers and a pass catcher in Kyle Pitts going off the board early. This is the chance. I'm thinking it is Devonta Smith, Mac, but my favorite wide receiver right now is going to be Rashad Bateman. I think that would be a really good complement to their current core of pass catchers.
Wow.
Scotty, what do you think? What do you think they do here? I'll give you some other names. They could go Michael Parsons. They could go with Rashawn Slater. That would be really nice.
If you're gonna make a trade, though, it's got to be for either a quarterback, which I just can't see happening. And you'll see the draft board update here. We got the trades outlined in red. Eagles coming up 2, and the Eagles had the 6. Let's not forget that, right? They traded up with the they traded back with the Dolphins.
They traded back. That's what it was. It wasn't 9.
So they traded back with the Dolphins after the Dolphins traded to 12, and then they made that flip. So they're coming back up. So they have their eyes on somebody. I think it's Devontae Smith, but man, if they win Justin Fields, that really shows you what they think about.
I will be.
I can't even say right now. Jalen Hurts.
I'll be floored if the Eagles take a quarterback. Personally, just the way the whole narrative of last season played out, them getting rid of Wentz, what are you doing if that was all to get up here and spend your first round pick on another quarterback? Unless there's some sort of trade in the works that they're hoping to get done. No. I feel like this is a wide receiver, and I feel like they have a guy, and I think you're right. It's funny the way this lines up. You got the Eagles, Giants, Dallas. Look, rivals. I think they're worried that the Giants we're about to take their guy, and they're giving up collateral to make sure they can get him first. So I think it's a wide receiver, and I could see it being Smith, but Bateman also would be a good fit.
Chris does bring up that we did mock Rashawn Slater here a while ago.
Yeah. It's I think that would be a really good fit for the Eagles. We saw Carson Wentz get absolutely ravaged last year. They have a young quarterback. They need to protect him. I think Rashawn Slater is just about as elite as Penei Sewell. We've talked about it earlier. He's worth it to move up for a third-round pick.
I commend the Cowboys for trading back.
Yeah.
I think that's the right move.
It's a great move.
Yeah, the Eagles have a lot of holes, but I don't think it's for.
I don't think Jalen Hurts is the hole, though. Jalen
No.
Hurts is not the hole.
No.
It's either get him a pass catcher or get him more support.
Oh, sorry. I meant the Cowboys. Yes. No,
Yeah,
the Cowboys have
for
a lot
sure.
of holes, and one of them is not quarterback, and it's certainly not wide receiver. And I think this was a very smart play.
And after Horn and Surtain went, now you're into the next tier of cornerbacks, right? You know, your Newsomes, your Farleys.
There's no way. I love Caleb Farley. I think he's a great.
He's not a top 10 pick, though.
No, he's not.
Greg Newsome is a guy they could, like, the Cowboys could just continue to trade back until they get Greg Newsome. That would be fantastic.
That would be great. That would be great. I think that's a very
let
good
Chicago
option.
come up at 12 and grab their quarterback and move back and grab Newsome at 20 or Farley at 20.
In my most recent mock, I had this Dallas going with Slater. That's what I think.
We got a lot of hate for that.
Here we go. They went with Devonta Smith.
Oh, you go.
I called it.
Guys, we are.
That just makes great. It makes great sense. And you know what? The Eagles are going to be a lot more fun to watch. I found the Eagles to be a little, when they don't have a real deep, like a real legitimate receiving threat, just not nearly as much fun. It's about to be a lot more fun to be an Eagles fan, I think.
Now, here's a question.
Yep.
Why did they trade up to get Devonta Smith?
Because the Giants were about to take him. Absolutely.
You think the Giants were about to take him where we mocked the Giants taking him, but we got hate for that because they have Kenny Golladay. And
that's the thing. Kenny Golladay, definitely a great wide receiver. You got Sterling Shepard. You can think what you want. I'd rather have Devonta Smith. I'd absolutely rather have Devonta Smith. You got a young quarterback who it's New York City. Like, you want to get those big name pass catchers. And that's where OBJ, became OBJ. They love big name wide receivers in New York, and Philly wasn't going to let that happen. So good for them. They got their guy.
They got their guy. This is, we as much hate as we will give to Devonta Smith, he is still a very talented wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
His wingspan is a wingspan of a man that's 2 or 3 inches taller than him. When he gets balls thrown his way, he catches them. Mm-hmm. Like I heard him compared to a Venus flytrap today, and it made sense. Like, this guy, you don't need to throw it on the money to get it to Devonta Smith. And he's not going to weigh anything more. He's not going to put on 20 pounds and be someone you can compare to a different wide receiver. He's a slim guy. He's the slim reaper. He's a good wide receiver. And he's going to be good for Hurts and this offense.
Yeah, I like the pick.
Yeah, me too.
I will say something that the Giants are in trade talks right now. Currently, so maybe we're talking Pats, Vikings, maybe Vegas.
Yeah, look, this is where you could see a team come up. Vegas makes sense. They don't have
Chicago is trading up.
Called it.
Chicago's trading up right now.
Yeah. So Chicago moving up, they're going to get their quarterback, man. They've got to. This makes the most sense.
Yeah, and they moved up further than the Vikings.
Poor quarterback.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah.
So we have the Giants and the Bears officially trading?
Officially trading. The Giants and the Bears officially trading. The Bears are on the clock. I'm sure they already have their pick in. Now, Mac's doing his thing.
No, go ahead.
Do we think it's Mac Jones, or do we think it's Fields? Honest, like, not to say what we would do,
but Justin what they Fields.
Okay. And Mac could fall to the Vikings. It's not the greatest. He's basically just another Kirk Cousins. He's a replica of Kirk Cousins.
For your sake, that would be awful. I would like to see them pass if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with this development. I thought it was going to be either the Pats or Chicago that were going to jump ahead.
Sorry, Scotty.
We'll see. I just feel bad for whatever quarterback goes to the Bears, because it's where your career goes to just horrifically die. I saw a little meme I liked today where it was just them holding a coffin open, and we're like, welcome, get in.
Yeah, I don't love it either. I mean,
we were so close to just such a sweet receiving core.
We were so close. But I mean, the Vikings need a lot more than a quarterback. They still have Kirk Cousins.
They have many. Yeah, there was no guarantee, even if Fields fell that far, that they were going to take him. So,
yeah,
and we'll see. We'll see what'll happen. Maybe
so the draft board has been updated here. You'll see that the Chicago Bears are now at 11 on the clock, and the New York Giants are at 20, and they have turned red. So 2 trades so far make sense. Given the quarterback talent on the board, I think we might see Dallas trade back again.
Yeah, I think they'd take Rashawn Slater, who they would have taken at 10 if it was their choice. Because the Chargers and the Vikings will take that guy if he's still available. This is the chance for them to just take Slater. I don't know if they would have moved further back than that spot.
Do y'all agree with Griff here? Mac Jones to the Vikes is a better fit for them instead of Kirk Cousins?
Because I said that he's basically Kirk Cousins replica, I think it's a good fit in that sense that they don't need to move too much around, and that he's still a very talented quarterback. He'll still work in that system. They don't have a system that meets a guy like Justin Fields. I agree with Griff in that way.
I mean, and the reality is, it's kind of, if we do get either of those guys, I will be excited because, once again, it's about kind of a franchise direction. I just don't think Kirk Cousins is the guy, and I'd like them to have a future plan in place for at least this next season, and if that is Mac Jones, then it's Mac Jones. Kirk Cousins is a very expensive quarterback who has not been able to get it done in crunch time. And whether you love him or you hate him, I just want us to have a plan going forward. And there's quarterbacks on the board that I think could do that.
The pick is in
the haul that the Giants got is more than what you would expect because of the quarterbacks available. They probably had the Pats and the Vikings on the line because they got a first next year, a 5 this year, a 4 next year. They got a lot for that pick. They got Fields. They picked Fields.
So, man, yeah.
R.I.P. Fields.
How do you?
Where's he go in your dynasty league?
Hold on a minute, though. This is great for Allen Robinson. Let's talk about that for a second. This is the best quarterback that Allen Robinson will have in his career. Isn't that crazy? Not to say Andy Dalton's not good, but I mean,
Andy Dalton's not good.
At this point in his career, no.
Yeah.
Wow, fellas. Justin Fields. Justin Fields is a Bear.
That's
Bears.
I would have been a Packers fan, but I'm not a Bears fan. I couldn't do it.
Good. That's the exact opposite.
Yeah. That's too bad. I really like the guy. Pour one out. No. You know what? Good for the kid. I'm glad he should have went in the top 10. He slipped to 11. It's a great pick for Chicago. They got a really good quarterback. They got my second best quarterback in this draft, and they didn't have to trade up and take him over someone, a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, good for the Bears. I thought that they would do this. It's Justin Fields, man. It's not what you wanted.
I know. As Bears fans should be ecstatic. If you're a Bears fan watching this right now, you gotta be thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Yep.
Now, this is interesting to note, though. The best player available right now is Rashawn Slater, hands down, not a shadow of a doubt. But the Dallas Cowboys need defenders. I think they either go Micah Parsons or they trade back. But there's a good chance that the Chargers are now in really good shape to take Rashawn Slater. I had them taking Christian Darrisaw and Rashawn Slater's still available. So Rashawn Slater to the Chargers would be amazing for Justin Herbert owners. It would be fantastic for that backfield. There's a pretty good trio of young running backs there. So I think that would be great.
Yeah.
I just saw Griffin's question there. Would the Chargers go Slater? I think so.
Yeah. The Chargers absolutely would if he's available. I don't think he will be. I think the next so would the Chargers?
No, you can't trade up. You can't trade.
Do you go so
not with Christian Darrisaw also available.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, you can never have too good of an offensive line. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Right? The Dallas Cowboys could very well take Rashawn Slater here. I also think they could take Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Now, I know they wanted a corner, but Micah Parsons is special. I mean, those Penn State athletes are something else.
So I think the next 3 picks are going to be Slater, Parsons, Darrisaw in some order. I don't know what order, but I think it's going to be one of that.
And then Mac Jones just falls to the Patriots at 15?
Yep.
Wow.
Could happen.
Yeah.
This could be really interesting though, because Mac Jones could just be sitting there for the Vikings, and then they'll have to make pretty much a decision right there on the spot once again about if they see Kirk Cousins playing, out his full contract and then some, or if they're ready to make the move for the future, and he's who fell to them. So,
here's my question. With Justin Fields going as the 4th quarterback off the board, landing with the Chicago Bears, do you now see him differently for your dynasty for this class? Do you still see him as the quarterback 2, or do you think a guy like Trey Lance gets vaulted ahead? I mean, Justin Fields going to this offense, though, has a good defense on the other side of him. He's got playmakers. They love Darnell Mooney. Anthony Miller is rumored, he might be traded. He might be moved.
If he
still got him, still got Allen Robinson, still got David Montgomery. I mean, this team's got some playmakers.
This team is getting some playmakers. And I think my prediction in 2 quarterback leagues, I think it will go in that order that they're drafted: Lawrence, Lance, Fields. I think the potential of Trey Lance in that 49ers uniform is too great, and they still have the stink of Mitch Trubisky on the Bears, despite the weapons that you just outlined, Mac. And I think that's the way it's going to go. And then now with Mac falling this far, he's going to be a late round, 2nd round quarterback, even if he goes to the Patriots.
Yeah, Kev brings up a good question here. Do you think that without an NFL combine this spring that it reflects a scrambled draft so far? We talked about this on the podcast. I think what you're going to see is teams being a little bit safer in their picks. They're going to go with guys that they had tape on or they feel comfortable drafting. And if not, they're going to trade back and they're going to get future capital. I could see a lot of GMs in this draft just kind of doing that, trading back, getting first for next year and the year after. But yeah, I do think that has to be a factor for sure, Kev.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Kev. Ramrod in our chat asked if they send all 32 hats to the players, and I know for a fact they do, actually, despite Trevor Lawrence probably being able to throw out 31 hats. I think they still send him 32 hats.
Trevor Lawrence got 1 hat. Don't play. Don't play.
Yeah.
Cowboys are using this pick. There was no trade. They're about to let it fly here.
Yeah. My guess is going to be Slater.
I think it's Micah Parsons.
I think that's a good pick.
Scotty?
Yeah, I don't see it. If they're going to use the pick, I think that just makes sense.
I can't see them going Caleb Farley. I think it's far too early. Newsome, I think it would be a little bit too early as well. I agree. It's Slater or Parsons, probably the best 2 prospects on the boards left.
Sorry, I'm just watching the highlights of Fields, and I got some tears. And I just, oh, God. The Bears. Oh, Terrible.
I know. I was just telling you guys he's my favorite
Hey,
prospect.
Scotty, now you know how I felt last year when you guys traded up to 22 and got Justin Jefferson.
I thought we could do it again.
Oh, Micah Parsons. You're right, Mac. Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons it is. All right.
I mean that's a great. You know what? They just lost their linebacker. What's his name? Allen? What? Or no?
Leighton Vander Esch?
No. Sean Lee, after 15
Oh,
seasons,
yes,
finally retired this week. So,
yeah,
yeah,
makes sense.
You got to get some D there. That's Dallas was pretty soft last year, so that makes a lot of sense.
Be right back.
And look, it's not the corner that they wanted, but it's the best available defensive player in the draft. Micah Parsons is special, and that pick makes a lot of sense. A good trade back for them too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they really were able to identify they could get some good value, and their guy wasn't going anywhere. So why not? Why not like value, especially in this draft? Like you said, go with the safe pick. Get more ammunition for next season when draft comes around, and I think Dallas did well.
This has to be
so many
Rashawn
of their
Slater
picks
to
have
the
been
Chargers,
offense,
right?
If Rashawn Slater is here, this is great for.
We Scotty cut out there just a little bit.
Yeah, it's got to be Slater. Slater's an incredible talent. This is great for Herbert, great for Eckler, great for Keenan Allen. Of course, you would like to give him a Terrace Marshall, Rashad Bateman, but unfortunately, they need to protect the quarterback. I would also be thrilled if the Vikings did the same, but I don't see it happening at this time.
I still can't believe Jamar Chase is going to Cincinnati.
I know.
Holy smokes!
It's gonna take me a week to forget that he's not a Dolphin.
Yeah, I know, right? That's been burned into my skull that he is a Dolphin, and he's not. I'm really interested to see what the Dolphins do at 18, though. Is that where we see the first running back off the board? Do they have any faith in Myles Gaskin, who's a smaller back who filled a hole last year, but he's not the future?
Maybe they just go full offense. They go full fantasy mode and go
Najee Harris. Get the 2 Alabama studs.
Yeah, they'll be the new Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
Maybe Vegas takes Najee and just messing everyone up.
Oh, gosh. Stop. Stop. They got Kenyon Drake to play that role.
They do.
Would you look at Micah Parsons, though? Wow.
Man, that guy is so good.
Specimen.
He's so good. Like, they would have taken Micah Parsons anyways, I think, and they just got an extra pick. So that's how to draft, Dallas. It's about time you guys learned how to draft.
Hey, pour one out for Dallas real quick. Way to go. Trade back. Get your guy.
They took a note from Miami and what they have been doing throughout the offseason and got some value.
I mean, I really thought that they might go Devontae Smith.
So do you think do you think so Rappaport just tweeted that they're gonna decline Leighton Vander Esch's 5th-year option. I know he's had a lot of neck issues. But can you have you can't have too many talented defenders on your team, can you? Like, both guys are elite. Vander Esch he's a monster when he's healthy.
I think the Tampa Bay Bucks last year proved that an elite defense can get it done.
Yeah.
Can shut down an elite offense. You give Pat Mahomes no time to work and you rush the crap out of him. It's amazing how it changes the game. So, no, your defense can't be too good.
Kevin's asking about Antonio Brown. He re-signed with the Bucks.
He re-signed $3.1 million. They brought back 22. They got all 22 starters now.
They got the big ones, right? They got Scotty, help me out here. I'm blanking for a second. Sleep deprivation is a real thing today, fellas.
Shaq
Barrett.
Yeah,
Shaq Barrett. They retained him. Who's your other big boy there?
Well,
David.
They've got, they got everybody back. Everybody of note. Like this is the first time in the salary cap era that a team has been able to do what the Bucks have done, and Antonio Brown was just like the last piece, basically, to actually complete that and officially make them the first team to pull off 22 starters in the salary cap era, returning the year after a Super Bowl.
It does help when your Hall of Fame quarterback is willing to take pay
the
cuts.
GM has done nothing, I'm sure. This is just Tom Brady going, yo, play another year with me. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, let's run it back. Let's do this again. Why not?
Like why? I mean, and why not, right? What are you going to make, like, for some of these guys like Antonio Brown? What, maybe you'd get like another $2 million somewhere else? You want to play with Brady and try to win back-to-back championships.
Kevin, a dynasty league, if you can sell Antonio Brown for anything, you do it.
KFK, if you're just tuning in, we have been projecting Rashawn Slater to get off the board
the
here.
Chargers here.
Yeah. This is a great landing spot for Herbert and company. And
I think so far in this draft, based on my own mock drafts, Rashawn Slater's the biggest faller in this draft.
Yeah, and it's nothing to do with him is the thing. It's the players around him. This is the draft where guys are taking best player available, and unfortunately he was number 2 on the board. But not by a lot.
I didn't see Horn and Surtain going as early as they did.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle is kind of a question mark, but he went earlier than anticipated. So that's kind of changed this draft. And Trey Lance was kind of a question mark too. So going at 3 kind of shifted the value in the draft big time. But I think this makes sense for Rashawn Slater. I hope it's Rashawn Slater. It'd be great for the Herbert owners.
Totally agree. Big fan of Herbert. I think he's a top 5 dynasty quarterback right now.
Easy. You giving away some picks for Sunday, Lando?
Some picks for Sunday? Yeah, you
giving some picks away?
I'm willing to wait on Herbert because there's going to be some people wanting those high end guys. In my first mock draft ever, I spent $55 on Josh Allen and 52 on Kyler Murray.
That's
I think
planned.
I got Devonta Smith for $3. I got Eckler for 24, and I got CEH for like 22 or something like that. And I had to leave the draft because I had to get back to work. But
this was a mock draft.
This was a mock draft.
Whatever.
So I only had a $20 budget for the rest, but it was a lot of fun. Good.
Yeah, I only had $20 left for the next 18 players, but it was great.
Yeah. It was great. Good time.
Smashed it.
Good strategy. I recommend it for everyone out there. I need another beer.
It's a long draft.
Ginger ale.
Yeah, Mac. I mean, now that you have a baby, you can't get in it.
No, we got to play the responsibility card.
The pick is in. It's got to be Slater. Has to be.
Do the sensible thing. Make it Rashawn Slater. My screen's on a commercial.
Yeah, so is mine. But I'll get the tweet very, very soon. And then once that's in, I'm going to refill the beverage.
I'm going to just update that draft board.
Rashawn Slater, it's in.
Boom. Rashawn Slater, it is.
Slater.
Love it.
Yeah, excellent pick. Too bad for the Vikings. The Vikings literally lost in the last 3 picks. Slater, Parsons, Fields would have been great. Teardrop.
Yep. But this is where they could go Mac Jones for free.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
They could trade to Mac. They could trade Mac Jones to somebody, or they could just take Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah,
like we've been mocking.
And that's basically, and that's where we've basically fallen. And that's what's interesting is there's still a quarterback left. There's still Mac Jones left, and arguments can be made.
Don't discount Kyle Trask. Y'all could pick him up.
I mean, but it's interesting because like Griffin said, Mac Jones could be a great fit if they pull the trigger on quarterback of the future right now. So yeah, I mean, Parsons been great talent, Slater as well. So Landon. I mean, it's not shocking though. That's the thing. I'm not shocked they didn't make. I didn't think they would make them to us anyway. So yeah, now here we are. Vikes on the clock. Fun time. I will shut this I will shut this live stream down.
Lando's getting some love right now from Sonia. Come on, chug your ginger ale for me.
Lando, you gotta chug that. Get back.
He's taking a little break. Rashawn Slater, though, that's big. That's huge. As a Justin Herbert owner, I'm thrilled with that piece. I selfishly wanted Jalen Waddle to fall here, but he didn't. And it's all good. It's fine. That was one of my wants. But
Landon, you got a from Sonia. She requests a beer chug.
I leave for 2 seconds, and Sonia comes in on the chat.
She goes, "This was your commitment."
Live streams. She knows.
This was your commitment.
She's driven all the way from Guelph to Thunder Bay today, and I said I'm available anytime before 8. And this is my commitment.
It's amazing she knew where to find
the greatest commitment.
She figures she's at the Delta right now. Gets a morning view of the sleeping giant. First time in Thunder Bay, and I can't even see her. Maybe I'm off tomorrow, Sonia. Maybe we can get together for breakfast or something
on a Friday.
Yeah, I'm got to record content tomorrow, so I'm off.
Oh, true.
Get some reactions.
Tomorrow's reaction blitz. Yep, that sounds like a vacation, a well-used vacation day to me.
Absolutely.
Oh, when does Aaron Rodgers get traded? It's not going to be tonight. Right. He's staying
5 minutes before the stream ends.
So here's a question with that whole situation. The Green Bay Packers haven't drafted a first-round skill position player since Aaron Rodgers about 17 years ago.
Approximately.
What if they go out and they grab like a Terrace Marshall or a Rashad Bateman or a Rondell Moore, and they say to Aaron, "Look, we're trying to appease you. We're trying to make you
peace offering.
Yeah, a little peace offering. Like, please, like, let's do this thing." Do you think that's enough, or do you think he's still just like it's about the money? He wants the extension. It is what it is.
I mean, I want to believe that he's willing to, let bygones be bygones here, and just mend this broken relationship that seems to be with the front office and Aaron Rodgers. I want to believe that he's willing to come in there and show up to training camp day one and do his job and do it. But I don't blame him for being disgruntled, obviously.
I don't think anyone who understands football
I'm disgruntled.
is like,
we're not blaming Rodgers for this.
No, I think he could leave, and even the most diehard Packers fans like Mac would be devastated, but it wouldn't be, why would he do this? It's like, yeah, I get it.
There's only been 2 MVPs who have not returned to their teams the following season in the history of the NFL, and they've both retired.
Yeah. With Peyton Manning and someone else?
No, it was
it wasn't even Peyton.
No, it was well before our time.
Okay. I honestly think Rodgers wants to stay. I think he's so fed up, and rightfully so. He wants to really put the pressure on and say, make moves for me, or I'm going somewhere where they will, because he knows he can't play forever.
This is just a front office that has butchered the last 2 drafts, and we'll see if they can make it right.
Free agent periods, I'll say,
and
too.
Free agent period too. I mean, you had the chance to give that money to Rodgers, secure him, but instead of using the franchise tag on Aaron Jones for another season, we paid him 4-year, $48 million. Why you would pay a 26-year-old running back that kind of money for that amount of time still doesn't make sense to me. With AJ Dillon in the backfield as the complement, as the 1B, why not just tag him for a year, spend the $8 million, keep Rodgers happy, go for wide receiver.
Trade alert. The Vikings are trading out of their pick to the
Not
Jets.
even Mac Jones to the Jets.
The Jets are moving up.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Where are we going?
I assume we're going to the Jets pick at 23. And then
okay.
Are you able to detail the trade for me there, Lando?
Let me see here. I'm just looking into it. All I see is that they're trading out. I don't know what the pick is. So put the Vikings at 23 and put the Jets at 14.
You got it.
So so Mac Jones
Cousins.
wasn't worth it. So the hype around Mac Jones at 3 was a complete and utter sham, and no one really believed it except for some of the media.
Everybody.
Yeah, the media believed it. The NFL team said we are not taking Mac Jones regardless of what the Niners are thinking or saying to the media.
Interesting the Jets trade up here.
Yeah, so they must be after a running back?
No, you don't take a running back here. That is crazy.
Or do you go with like offensive tackle like Tevin Jenkins? They could go edge with Jalen Phillips, Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yep.
There's some very good pieces on the board. Greg, they're not going to go cornerback, I don't think. Kwity Paye. There's a variety of options what they could do.
See, I thought the Vikings could potentially go Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think the Patriots go Mac Jones?
Yes, absolutely. I think they do. I think they have to.
Yeah.
We've also seen some reports, though, keep this in mind, of Jimmy Garoppolo becoming a Patriot once again.
I've been reading a lot in that, and he was brought up in the system, and he's in his prime, so that would make a lot of sense. I would say that's one of the reasons I said earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if by the start of training camp, like Jimmy G was in New England, would make a lot of sense to me.
Is it too rich to think that the Patriots would give this 15th pickup to the Niners in exchange for Jimmy Garoppolo?
It'd be pretty steep, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, my boys had no interest in in Jones.
I just saw a funny tweet. I said the Jets will draft Mac Jones. They're playing Superflex. That is it. Let's see here.
Liam, I don't blame you, my dude. I would be thrilled if Justin Fields was my new franchise quarterback. The pain and the hardship you've had to go through over the last couple of years with Trubisky and Foles and Mike Glennon. Oh, Mike Glennon. I'm happy for you guys. Even though we're division rivals, I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
That's big.
This is I agree, Liam. This is something they did right, and it's about time. I think that's the best pick in the draft so far.
Would be wild to see them come up and grab Najee Harris or something crazy.
I know.
But it might be like Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah, it might be boring to most people, but I think that's still a good pick.
Yep.
Surprising because the Jets need a lot. I'm surprised they're willing to move up when they need so much. They're a team that they could move back and get more pieces. But like Asante Samuel is a guy that has been mocked to them lots, but we'll see what happens. It's not going to be a sexy pick, I don't think, but it's going to be one that they believe is a difference maker. Obviously, the Vikings were calling around and getting out of that pick because, like we've outlined, the last 3 picks were devastating for the Vikings.
And we've seen some trades. This is our third trade of the evening, and we're only on the 14th pick.
Yeah,
nice to see. 4 trades. Sorry, 4 teams changing positions in the last 5. That's keeps things interesting.
Max Sonia wants to know about Rogers on Jeopardy. Does he give up a career in the NFL to become the host of Jeopardy?
I think the Packers either dig their heels in and say, Aaron, you're playing in Green Bay, whether you like it or not, or you can go be a game show host. That's on you, brother.
That's it. I think he did a great job.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did a good job too. A lot harder than it looks, I think.
He handled that field goal question quite well.
in stride. They should have went for it. Let's see here. What happens to the Jets, Scotty? Do you have any predictions here? What position do you think they go? Edge? Do you think they go?
They're going offensive line.
O-line?
I have to think if they're trading up, it's got to be something like offensive line.
That's a good.
I'm also surprised they moved up, like you said.
Elijah Vera Tucker, guard Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah,
that's good.
That makes sense.
Their O-line is nasty.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you're going to spend the second overall pick on your franchise quarterback. What's the next logical thing to spend capital on? Trying to keep that guy upright and not broken.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Zach Wilson. Absolutely. Elijah Vera Tucker.
So, so the Vikings got trade the 14 and 143 for the 23, 66, and 86.
Wow, that's a good haul.
Yeah.
That's a good haul.
That's if they didn't believe enough in a quarterback at that spot, then you might as well get the picks. We have a lot of that's things. We do have a lot of holes to fill. So
Kev here just dropping dimes all over the stream.
He's here all week.
The tough thing with Danica, she only knows how to go one way. She's a left-handed kind of girl.
Oh, this is getting.
Because she's a NASCAR driver, Landon.
I understand the reference.
Snap after dark.
So, I mean, Mac Jones is on the board for the Patriots. Mac said they have to take him.
I think the Patriots have been gifted Mac Jones. They didn't have to trade up to get him. I thought they might make this move for Trey Lance. He went off the board earlier than expected.
Oh,
like this is Mac
Apparently
Jones.
It's already in. It's in Mac Jones. It's already in on sleeper notification.
There you go.
Waste no time.
That was literally the fastest.
I mean, it just makes
NFL
too much
history.
sense. And now the Patriots, the fan base has a new messiah to hitch their wagon on.
Do I write McCorkle Jones? Is that?
Yeah, you should definitely.
Kev just sent me a message. He said, "I'll stop now." No, Kev, keep it going. Keep the chat going.
Danica nasty.
If Mac Jones has a great NFL career, I will remain very bitter. But we'll see. We'll see.
Pick was in and quick. Mac Jones, a new era.
This is yeah. I mean, it would have been great, I think, with a guy like Trey Lance, Justin Fields, get that mobile quarterback. But now the Patriots go back to what they know best: mobile quarterback, efficient. We'll see. I mean, this is going to be a guy you can get in second rounds of super flex dynasty rookie drafts now with the Patriots. I don't think he's going to be highly sought after.
Mm-mm.
He really doesn't have very many weapons in New England except for tight ends. So we'll see. It's a good pick for the Patriots as a football team, but not a great fantasy pick for.
Not a good landing spot for fantasy this year, at least.
I don't think so.
And this is also a team that they're not super young. This isn't a team that's going to grow with Mac Jones. If he's the future, he's going to be using a different roster. as he comes into his own.
Yeah.
When your team's, I mean, it's funny though how they made all these moves and they're not willing to finish the job with a quarterback they can get it done with now, right? You bring in Hunter Henry, you bring in Jonnu Smith, Julian Edelman's gone. They brought in a ton of defensive pieces. There was another receiver they brought in. I don't know why I'm blanking right now. Did they bring in Brashad? Sorry, not Brashad.
No.
Nelson Aguilar. Did they bring in Aguilar?
Or I was thinking Tyrell Williams, but I think they made.
No, he's a Lion. Tyrell Williams is a Lion.
Right.
There was somebody else they brought in, and I can't. It doesn't come to my brain at the moment.
Is bringing in
Jonnu Smith, if that's who you're thinking of?
No, they brought in Hunter Henry, Jonnu Smith, let go of Edelman.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like you said, they were. I kind of thought Jimmy G would actually make a lot more sense for the maturity of their current roster. So now,
Bourne they brought in too. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking. They brought in Nelson Aguilar. That's who it was.
Yeah, so Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, still got N'Keal Harry, Jacoby Myers. Just like they've got a lot of kind of flyer pieces. Their best two receivers are arguably tight ends, and their running back group is just brutal.
Yeah. The Patriots looked at the rookie picture of Tom Brady topless and said, "Hey, we could do one better and draft Mac Jones."
Mac Jones. Arizona Cardinals are up next at 16. We're kind of halfway through this draft now. It's got to pick up pace a little bit though, man. This thing is
the NFL, man. They know how to really, really burn through 2.5 hours on their first 15 picks.
It's crazy, man.
Hey,
now, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you guys are watching, I'm not sure how many people are in here right now. Make sure to like the video. Give us a thumbs up if you're still around and hanging out with us
10.
at 10 likes. Come on, 10 people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get in here. Give us some likes on the video. We're grinding.
It's quarter after 10 on a Thursday night. Mac
hasn't slept in days.
It's been limited hours in the last couple days. Yeah.
Can we get
shout out to my wife
on the stream?
Nah, she's not ready for the camera yet. Shout out to my wife though, that is holding it down with the less than 2-day-old baby that we brought home while we do the stream. So shout out to my wife.
She is a saint among saints. You need to be extra nice to her the next few days, Mackie.
That sounds like a good decision.
Easy. Yeah. Mac Jones walking to the podium is probably the fastest you'll ever see him move in his career. # mobile.
Ooh, throwing some shade. Easy.
Oh, here we go. Right off the start.
Do you think the Cardinals come up and do something crazy? Like, do you think they go with a Najee Harris? Because I know they went and got James Conner. I don't believe in James Conner. Chase Edmonds, Benjamin, like that backfield is what it is. But Najee here could be interesting.
Thank you, Sonia. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. Always a real one. And have a good night. Safe driving tomorrow. Guys, this is Najee's time. The pick was in early. They were always going to pick Najee Harris. This is the time. I just stole Chase Edmonds in fantasy, and besides your wife, Mac, this would make Najee the 101 in one quarterback rookie drafts.
It's to me, this is Christian Darrisaw.
That would be the smart pick.
That would be It's Christian Darrisaw. That's what I would go with here. I think Najee is just a pipe dream. It would be a lot of fun to see him pair up with Kyler Murray and just run wild. I don't think it happens. I think they're going Darrisaw here.
Yeah, that would be a really good pick. That would be great for Kyler Murray in fantasy football. It would be as good as Najee if you're looking at Kyler Murray's fantasy value. it would have been almost as good as maybe Jalen Waddle. He doesn't need a Jalen Waddle right now. He's got plenty of options
No.
at the receiving core. So I think having Darisaw here would really help Kyler stay protected. I know he's a tough guy to protect because he moves around so much, but he is the number one rusher on that team, and he doesn't need a Najee. But for just fantasy, I would love to see Najee in the Cardinals uniform.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Cardinals pick is in. We're still waiting on that official name to come through.
Yep. Notification should come in any second.
Yeah, I got Roger walking to the podium here on my screen.
Zaven Collins.
Okay.
Zaven Collins.
All right. Good pick.
Yep. He's linebacker out of Tulsa. Second linebacker off the board. I think they get a great option. Second linebacker.
Second, Michael Parsons the first.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So nice at 16 to get a high end guy. We had JC Horn going there in our most recent mock draft. Obviously, JC went very high. Tavin Jenkins would have been a great pick for them. Obviously,
in our mock draft pool, Landon, I had JC Horn 11 to the Giants. That was that was the highest that I had him. I did not foresee 8. 8 was super high.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vegas Raiders on the clock. Interested to see what they do here.
Yeah. I mean, why? I don't know what they should trade back. It feels like they need a lot as well. They need is like 12 awareness. I was like 12 awareness.
Raiders pick from Alabama. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Who's the next Alabama player on the board here? We've got Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle from Alabama. I mean, Najee's still available.
I had them going at one point, Micah Parsons, if he fell. I just like offensively, I don't think there's anything that this team necessarily needs here. They're going to be.
I don't think they go with Rashad or anything like that right now.
No.
Harris
Like
Marshall.
If they do go offensive, it's going to be like a Christian Darisaw. It's going to be something like that. But defensively, they could use some help.
Yeah. If they go O lineman, I mean that's a little bit of a boost for Josh Jacobs. He's been kind of plummeting in rankings all over the map with what they've done in the offseason. No one
even
likes
with the
Josh Jacobs.
Drake.
Even with the sign of Drake, like ever since he pulled that move in the playoffs for Scotty, the whole fantasy community has just tanked.
Karma's a real thing with him. Yeah.
Right, Scotty?
Oh, not drafting him. Not touching that.
Off
Give me
the
a
draft
heart
board.
attack.
Never.
There's
There's
been
a
a
lot
lot
of
of decency to have a massive game after that too.
A lot of the boys in the Discord have been deliberating selling Josh Jacobs, just getting out from underneath him. I don't hate it. I think he will return to form for a short period of time. You will have a moment to trade him this coming year. He's not going to disappear, but I don't like the future for him.
Yeah. This is my COVID stash. Kev, thanks for noticing.
A full 13 months. You should see Kev's swing speed after 13 months, up from 99 to 103. Solid.
Hey, Kev, you must have invested in those swing sticks if you got that high.
Oh yeah, you got the telephone pole, the rebars.
Yeah, I actually not that long ago I had to shave it because my girlfriend it was going underneath the lip. She wasn't a fan of that. Wasn't a fan of that at all.
If you can grow it that long, you better.
Here we go. What's going on here? They're talking about Mac Jones. Okay.
I'm just Kev got it up to 115. I saw on a TrackMan report.
What?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
That's speed.
There's no chance they go running back. There is zero chance.
I would love and hate at the same time, man. I would be thrilled.
If you're going to see a running back go, it might be at 18 to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And you might not see another chance for that until the Steelers and then the Bills. Like those are the only chances we have. Dolphins, Steelers, Bills, and the Steelers line, like you could have Christian McCaffrey back there. You could have Saquon Barkley back there and it wouldn't matter. That line needs some serious work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean everyone loves Najee to the Steelers. That's the best landing spot. He's been a Steeler since we did our profile on him on our YouTube channel. Thank you, Liam, for the compliment. Appreciate you.
Yep. Wicked.
He just feels like a Steelers running back. I agree with you, Mac, that they need more than just a running back behind.
Mm-hmm.
And they could take a Michael Carter, and that would suffice. And if they get a couple of linemen. And
here's the thing, though, with the Steelers, they've tried to get the running back position right. They've tried to draft some second and third and fourth round guys to come in and maybe be that guy. They've Benny Snell, right? They've tried to fill a hole at some point with Jalen Samuels. They tried Anthony McFarland. No one's been able to step up and ring the bell when the timing has been right. And James Conner has fallen off a cliff. And I don't think it's because James Conner is a poor running back. I think he's a very average, but the offensive line isn't doing anybody any favors. And it's not like the line was when Le'Veon Bell was running for them. It's very different line.
No, you're right.
So for me,
it's very, they used to have the best line in the league for a while.
One of, absolutely. For me, this has to be Christian Darrisaw or Jalen Phillips, I think, for the Raiders here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no one that stands out to me that's a must pick. This draft has really soaked up all the value early on.
Yep, 100%.
Any of the guys that we thought might fall have not. Any of the good landing spots we thought the teams might take advantage of, they're gone. Oh, the Raiders select
Alex Leatherwood out of Alabama. There it is. John Gruden goes back to the well. If you go to Alabama, you play on my team.
Rewind the tape. Darren, rewind. Oh my gosh. I said that.
Wow, dude.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
And John Gruden just shops at Alabama.
Oh wow. Man. All right.
So
well,
it's comical at this point. It's comical.
And he makes so much money.
Oh, have you guys ever seen the website Is John Gruden Fired Yet?
Yeah.
I have not, but I want to go check it out right now.
Oh man. I'm gonna look it up too. It was when he got that massive contract. Is Gruden gone yet.com. The answer is no. It's been 6 years, 36 weeks, 6 days, 14 hours, 31 minutes, and 40 seconds. And John Gruden has made $33.1 million in total. He's made $6 since I've been on the site, and he still is owed $66.8 million.
Earning every penny.
I'm gonna put
this in the chat. It is hilarious. Is Gruden gone yet.com.
Oh amazing. Man. As if.
Raiders pick from Alabama. Darren knocking that one out of the park, brother.
That's some great analysis right there.
John Gruden collecting those rewards points from the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Thor Nystrom, who's a very good scout, is just laughing at Mayock and what his drafts are. And like Mayock, he says, can draft very solid after round 1, but round 1 is terrible. He drafts the worst round 1 picks
outside of the Green Bay Packers. Yeah.
Outside of the Green Bay Packers, but they've had high picks. I mean, taking Ruggs early, taking Josh Jacobs early, taking all the it's just I guess they miss every other pro day except for Alabama. The Dolphins pick is in.
There you go, ramping it up. Let's go. Let's really.
Man,
go.
wouldn't that be funny if it was Najee?
It would be so funny. I would like that. That's a good pick.
Give me your prediction here.
I mean, Darisaw is probably my favorite pick for the chance of Tua to come in and do something, but
shake it up though. Let's see Nash. Let's see a running back.
The defense for the Lions is solid. You know, like for me, it's like boost up the offensive line. You don't need another playmaker. You got Jalen Waddle already. If you really wanted to, you could go Najee here. Like if you're going to continue to push the offensive needle, but go get yourself Christian Darisaw. That's what I'd be doing.
Jalen Phillips, pass rusher.
Okay. Wow. They went defense again.
Their defense is so good.
I mean, they've got great secondary coverage, and now they add Jalen Phillips. Whew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, can your defense be too good? No. It can always be better, but that's interesting. They went that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. I think Jalen Phillips was just someone that fell to them, and that's kind of what else are you going to do at that point? He's. I know this isn't a strong edge draft, but Jalen Phillips is a very good edge rusher, and it's obviously the first off the board. They get the best at the position. They probably think Jalen Waddle is right in there too with the best at the position at the wide receiver position. So there you go. The Miami Dolphins are drafting smart. They're sticking with Tua. They're doing everything right.
10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Only 4 of you still here. I appreciate you guys being with us. I know it's late. We're gonna ride this thing out, whether it's the OGs that stick around, or if it's nobody. We're gonna ride this thing out.
Heck yeah, we are.
Be some good content for the
until
peoples.
The Packers pick.
Just straight up, so we can shut this thing down.
Yeah, we're tired.
Yeah.
Hey, at least, it's nice to have you two around. I held this train down last year on my own.
That's right. Landon just went, 3 hours straight?
He did. Yeah, that was crazy. I was kind of subbing in the mic from time to time, just kind of making comments.
Yeah. But you had a busy job last year getting the graphics right.
True.
I think you were in my ear and then coming in sometimes as well.
Yeah.
I was talking to you.
But, I was your behind the scenes guy.
Yeah.
Griff pulling a me, riding on 2 hours of sleep, drove 3 hours today.
Oh dang,
dude, I'm on the same sleep schedule as you.
Yeah,
I feel it right now. I got to push through. Got to buckle down.
Yeah.
I have probably about another hour until true disappointment.
Another hour until the Packers pick. And they need to put the shot clock down.
Yeah, after like pick 15.
Yeah. I don't think they put it down until like day 3.
It's funny, Chris, like we've seen a couple mocks where Travis Etienne has gone to the football team at 19.
Yeah.
To me, it just doesn't make sense with Najee Harris on the board. But if you want to create a backfield that is super electric, you can line up 2 pass catching running backs to go either side of the field. I mean, it creates a lot of options for you to be creative as an offense. I just don't know that I understand it. But this draft has been very unpredictable so far in spots. I don't know.
In the dynasty world, if Etienne goes here, this would be the biggest
maybe a no. no draft.
Yeah, this would be a really tough pick for all the Gibson owners, and that's exactly right. Easy.
Shut your mouth, Chris. Signed, Antonio Gibson, Dynasty owners.
Yeah. I would, like, I've talked about this on the pod before. I would like secretly just love it just to mix things up. I mean, I do not own Antonio Gibson anywhere, so that's kind of why I would love it.
Right.
But one of our OG fans, Taylor, does, and it would just be perfect because he just has the worst luck in Dynasty of all time.
It's true. It's very true. And Taylor, I think you should just drop him right now to the waivers, or make a trade with me or Landon. Just get him off your team, or Scotty, and then we can avoid this. We can avoid Travis Etienne here.
Was that choppy for anyone else but me?
No, it was good on my end.
Oh,
Okay.
good on my end.
Okay, good. Just my end. Excellent. Oh.
Whew. Well, we've got what? 14 more picks. We're doing all right.
Feels like I just want to start this off tomorrow. Can we just pause real quick and we can?
I think
we're feeling good.
I think with the Thursday start this year, it needed to be earlier. It needed to be like a 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time draft.
I don't know why they have to wait till 8. Yeah, I think firing it up like pre-show at 6:30. Get
live at 7. Let's get this
first
thing over by
pitch in
10:30.
baseball, like 7:07 is like that's the first pick is in, and they're announcing it at the podium. Yeah, it always feels interesting. Like, why do you go this late? So it's like anyone who has to be up early for a meeting has to decide between, seeing who they take at 32 or being just destroyed the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
Chris is wondering realistically where we're thinking the Washington football team is going.
I just don't know how a guy like Christian Darrisaw can fall this far. I'm actually, Darrisaw, man, or JOK. JOK would be a really good pick here. Jeremiah Owusu Karamoa. I think he'd be a great fit for this Washington defense.
Ben Davis from Kentucky.
Who? Who, Landon? Oh, did we lose Landon? I think we lost him.
I think we lost him for a
second there. He'll join back in.
He's got the push notifications. Yep, pick is in.
The pick is in. I think I heard Landon say out of Kentucky.
Yeah, Jamin Davis out of Kentucky.
Jamin Davis, linebacker.
Yeah.
What's up, Justin? Welcome.
Yeah. What's good, man?
I'm a little bit shocked that they don't go JOK there. Or Jason Away, who is a freak.
This is kind of an off the board pick. I don't think he was.
It's an off-brand pick. Absolutely.
Yeah, he wasn't mocked to the first round. Sorry, I was having audio issues. I couldn't hear you guys. You kept cutting out, so that's why I had to try to fix that. Hopefully, my headphones don't die on me.
Well, and this is why I've been telling you, Landon, that you buy the AirPods. You don't cheap out for the off-brand, lookalikes.
You got it. Next time, I'll take note when these ones die on me. Won't be long.
So back to looks like Justin came for a little celebration for the Devontae Smith pick there. We were loving it.
Justin, what's up?
We were here for that for sure. That's we all had a feeling when the trade came in that the Giants were going to scoop it up if that didn't happen. So congrats. That should go well.
Landon, with you cutting in and out there, Griff thought that they picked a kicker. You did that to the man.
Lost you again.
Classic Tampa Bay.
About time Howie did something good. Absolutely. It was a nice move, moving up to 10. grabbing Devontae Smith. I kind of thought that he would fall there. We had him in a couple mocks going at 12. Nice that the Cowboys saw an opportunity to trade back, get some value, and still get their guy, and they did. So that was nice. Nice to see the Cowboys do something. But now we got the Giants on the clock. They traded back from the 11th spot, giving up Justin Fields to the Bears, grabbing some future capital. You said they got a future first, a fourth, and a fifth, Landon, I believe.
Yep, something like that.
And now they're on the clock here.
They need O-lineman help too.
They do, and Darrisaw's still sitting there.
Yeah, this is great. This would be great for anyone who traded for Saquon Barkley this offseason, and Daniel Jones as well.
We also we have Greg Newsome, we have Caleb Farley, we have Asante Samuel Jr. still on the board as secondary options. There's some teams that are definitely going to put their money on them. But I think again, your line can't be the best. It can always be better. I think Darrisaw is a nice move.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Mac. I very much agree with that.
Now, when it comes to the Colts and the Titans, do we think one of those two teams takes a wide receiver? Because I think that either Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore come off the board at 21 or 22.
Yeah, I mean, Terrace Marshall's in that consideration as well. I love the landing spots for all of those players. And, I mean, Rashad Bateman, I believe he's a first-round wide receiver. And I would like to see him anywhere. I am a big Elijah Moore fan. He's kind of the guy that everyone in the fantasy community has fallen in love with in the offseason. Commanding those targets with two of the best wide receivers currently in the NFL with DK Metcalf and AJ Brown, that says something about what he does. And if he gets reunited with AJ Brown in Tennessee, I think that's a really good landing spot, especially after them losing Corey Davis. And really Corey Davis had a bit of a breakout season with Tannehill having also a phenomenal season. So low key, I do hope, like you said, Mac, that Elijah Moore gets reunited there in Tennessee.
When you need another wide receiver, shop at Ole Miss. Pair them up together.
Exactly. The pick is not in yet.
I still see 220 on my board. I agree with Scotty, though. This is where, the last dozen picks or so, they got to cut that shot clock down like 2 or 3 minutes. Let's get this thing going, NFL. You do so much right, and every year this thing just drags and drags.
It's just weird because the NFL is so good at making like something out of, like they're good at ramping up the drama, but they almost like water it down so much that by the end you're trying to keep your eyes open. Started at 7 if you're not going to cut down shot clock post like 15.
Are we still feeling with the board in front of us that there is no running backs off the board in this first round? Are we still kind of thinking that?
Really, it's going to be the Steelers, the Jags, the Bills that are going to be.
I don't think the Jags take a chance.
Oh, wouldn't I love that though?
Steelers, Bills, and Bucks would be the only ones I could see do it.
Oh, could you imagine R.I.P. Kashawn Vaughn season? Just just the worst dynasty pick I've ever made if that happens.
It didn't even stand a chance if that's the case, Scotty. It never stood a chance. He never had the opportunity.
They're not drafting him, not the Bucks.
No. It's funny though, like Fournette and Ronald Jones are going to be done their contracts this year, and Kashawn Vaughn.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying that it makes sense for the future.
Yep. No, I mean if he's still sitting there, like especially with a team that's bringing back all their starters, you could do much worse with the last pick in the first round than picking up the first running back taken in the entire draft, knowing that he could pretty much hold a clipboard this year try to work him in, and
but he won't.
Here
He
we
won't.
go.
All the- What do we got, Lando?
Kadarius Tony.
Oh my
Let's go.
What are the
Oh.
Giants do? This is just Gettleman being an idiot. We have our first official bust alert, folks. Bust
Scotty,
alert.
can you jump in on our comments on YouTube and yell at the Giants fans for saying Devonta Smith was a bad pick when
Woo.
they take Kadarius Tony in the first round? Oh my God.
I don't understand how a guy like Kadarius Toney goes ahead of Rashad Bateman, ahead of Elijah Moore, ahead of Terrace Marshall, Rondell Moore. I don't get it, man. I do not get it.
Oh, that's crazy. What are the Giants doing? Oh man, like
especially when they could, like, it's amazing where they were.
Let's trade back, and instead of taking,
look at the talent that was taken in that spot.
It took this guy until his senior year to do anything relevant on a football field, and with only 900 yards receiving, surpassed all of his production in years 1, 2, and 3 combined.
It's that, it's what it's the Tyreek Hill effect in the NFL. When he's on film, he makes people miss in the short yardage area, right? He makes people miss in a phone booth. But again, like you said, Mac, this is a small sample size, and you think that you can find the next Tyreek Hill, but there isn't another Tyreek Hill, guys. There isn't another guy like that. He's just a guy that showed out when teams were planning to cover Kyle Pitts and put two guys on Kyle Pitts, and they couldn't stop Kyle. And then when Tony's out on his own, and his average
go ahead
depth of target, he was basically a running back. He was basically a guy that got jet sweeps and got short area passes. He's a dump off guy. So for Daniel Jones just to have a dump off guy with Saquon Barkley back, being a phenomenal wide receiver out of the backfield or pass catcher out of the backfield, this just doesn't make any sense.
What this is great for is Kadarius Toney is now going to fall into dynasty rookie drafts a lot higher than he should, and it's going to bump guys that we really like back.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you guys now.
Yeah,
Kadarius Toney is a bust.
And
did you see the Giants fan group? They do they pan to them and they announce it and they're like,
I did not see that. That's awesome.
I'd be thinking the same.
Yeah.
Justin wants to know, who do you want the Pack to draft? I think Asante Samuel would be great if he's still there. I could see him going early. We still have Greg Newsome available. Still have Caleb Farley available. One of those three I think would be great. I could see us going like Sam Cosmi and boosting up that offensive line. I don't think they go wide receiver here, though. It would be great to see like a Rashad Bateman if he fell. It would be great to see a Terrace Marshall. I just don't think the Packers do it, not with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. I think they either grab a corner or they grab an offensive lineman. That's what I would want them to do.
Yeah, I think if you're the Packers organization, you have to stick to the plan before all this stuff happened. You have to just take the player that Mac wanted before we heard all this stuff. Like of course he'd love a wide receiver, but that's just for fantasy, right? That's just for
just me being selfish.
Last year was a chance to take a wide receiver. We all know that.
No kidding.
And they did. This is not the year to take a wide receiver. Not.
Can you imagine we could have just scooped T. Higgins.
Yep.
We wouldn't even have to trade up.
No, you would have had T. Higgins on a platter, and it would have been great. And he would have been a phenomenal rookie wide receiver, year one. Heck, he could have been better than Justin Jefferson year one.
I wouldn't go that far, but it would have helped in that playoff run, no doubt, to have another option to throw to.
Yeah, I know.
Instead, we have Jordan Love and AJ Dillon sitting on the bench. Didn't use either of them, and wound up in the same spot, coming up short in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, exactly. So,
do you guys get I thought I'd ask this. Sometimes the occasional like Freudian slip of like the we comes out when you're a fan of a team. Does that bug you? Is that a pet peeve?
not for me. I've dropped that. I don't say we for anyone. Although I'm a Vikings fan, I still I'm getting to be more team agnostic myself.
Yeah, fair. So like when the Green Bay Packers put out their ownership, you could buy a stock in the team.
Yeah,
I bought. I have one share.
So it is a we.
It technically is a we. Yeah, it's technically a we.
That's cool.
It's a very unique situation.
Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat if my team put it out.
It's a very unique situation. But I've gotten some comments like you can't say we. People get really upset about it. And I'm like, well, in this case, it's kind of different.
Scotty, what are your thoughts on that? Oh, the pick is in for the.
Yeah, you're talking to someone who roots for the Leafs, so I say we because if you've suffered as long as Leaf fans, you're all in it together. When they finally win one day, if you were there for the whole time, which means they didn't win, I call that a we. It's just selecting to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Kadarius Toney. I can't.
We called it the bust of the going to the Giants. I mean, no one's going to draft him that high. I don't think, are they?
And I think like him going to the football team, that was a little bit more interesting. Him going to the Bears, again, interesting. Going to the Giants though, in an offense that is just not very pass happy. Like Daniel Jones isn't one of the greatest quarterbacks. Not in like he's not in like the top 20 quarterbacks in the league, I don't think. And now you've got Kenny G coming to town. You've got Saquon coming back. Like Kadarius Toney falls as like what, the fifth target? Like it's going to be Kenny G and Saquon. It's going to be Sterling Shepard and Evan Ingram, and then Kadarius Toney fits in. I don't. People are going to overdraft him, and he's not going to return value. It's crazy.
Yeah. Scotty, go or Griff is talking about if you don't follow your team like a cult, then are you a real fan? And hey, I mean he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
Griff, you get it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have an issue when people say we, because I do think that's the whole fun part of sports is just, you put your heart out there every Sunday. They let you down or they pick you up, and if they have success, you feel it the same way as the pain. So you're in it emotionally.
Loyalty. Quiddy pay for the Colts. Their defense gets better.
Love it.
Their defense was not bad. That is like fortifying a very strong brick wall. So
yeah,
I tell you, Indy could be making some real noise if Wentz can look like anything of Wentz of old.
Wentz is behind a tremendous offensive line now. Like they only gave up 19 total sacks, and that was to Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Like Carson Wentz in his 12 games Phillip Rivers, who's a statue of a man. Like Carson Wentz gave up 50 in his like 13 games with the Eagles. So he gets a lot more protection. He's got some weapons. I mean, Jonathan Taylor in year 2 is going to be a man possessed. They've got Paris Campbell coming back. T.Y. Hilton returned. Michael Pittman was great as a rookie. Like I think there's a lot of promise for this team. Then you factor in defense.
Indy is just overflowing with talent.
Indy's ready to go,
like you said, it's spread out. Like their defense could arguably be better than their offense, and you're talking about JT leading the pack there. Like they're going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
So is this where we do see Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman?
I think it definitely could
I would
be. Darisaw still on the board, falling now. I'd be a big fan of the Vikings taking them, and I would have been happy with the Vikings taking Darisaw where they were before the trade. So
I just don't know if they need, like, Darisaw going to the Vikings at 23 would be tremendous value trading back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They probably could have landed Elijah Vera Tucker. Instead, they get Christian Darisaw at 23. I just don't know if the Titans need to go line here, given they've got the wrecking ball in Derrick Henry. They lost Corey Davis. They really don't have anybody else filling in. Like, yeah, Josh Reynolds signed from the Rams. He's not the piece that you want to come in and fill Corey Davis's shoes. I think you got to go with a playmaker. So get a guy to go aside AJ Brown and just do the damn thing.
I think that's a good call. I think wide receiver is the best pick here. So you'd go Humac at if you were the Titans.
Given that Rashad Bateman is still available, I would go Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, me too.
I kind of think they're going Elijah Moore though. That's what my gut says.
That's who we've been talking about for a long time. But we assume that Elijah Moore might be gone by this point.
I would like to see Bateman go to the Titans. I agree, but
either or would be a success in my books.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And if the Vikings could grab Darisaw, then I mean, a Hokie at 23
become a Packer though.
Oh, why do you do this to yourself every year, Mac?
The Green Bay Packers have traded up for Kyle Trask. They're getting their quarterback for 2028. Yeah, that would be right on brand, folks. Right on brand.
Yeah, Darius Leonard is happy about Kwity Paye coming to.
No kidding. He's a force.
Yeah. Man, these teams, in previous years, the Baltimore Ravens have taken massive value on defensive players. I mean, we're seeing this again with the Colts. The Dolphins taking Jalen Phillips at 18 was great value.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the Dallas Cowboys. Those guys are difference makers, no question. I know the Jets traded up, but it's been a good draft so far.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, nobody had this kind of this order done, but I think so far
this is why you just can't predict it. You just can't.
Yeah. Besides the Jamin Davis, for Washington, everything is guys we're familiar with, guys we've mocked, give or take. We knew that Kadarius Toney was getting a ton of buzz ahead of time. Mac and I are firmly against Kadarius Toney. Easy's talking about Elijah Moore as a former teammate of AJ Brown. We know that, and he actually got quite a good amount of targets with AJ Brown and DK Metcalf. Easy. So
and his pro day was a thing of beauty.
Was great. Great. He's
looked great. His footwork. He might be one of the best route runners in this. I mean, outside of Devontae Smith, he's probably the second best route runner in this wide receiver class. He's an undersized guy, but he can separate, and he can make it. He can make it go.
Yeah. That's where if you don't have one of those top 5 picks in dynasty rookie drafts, maybe trade to the second round, early mid-second round, get multiple picks in the second, because that's where Elijah Moore is going to be. Maybe Rondell Moore, for all we know at this point.
Elijah Moore is currently going in the middle of the third round in 1 QB dynasty leagues.
Yeah, I would snatch him out in the second in a heartbeat.
Especially if he that ADP won't stay the same if he goes here.
No, I agree. He's going to go probably back of the first, early second, if that's the case. People still are drafting Rondell Moore early, which as they should.
Rondell Moore could find himself a Saint in about 30 minutes here.
Yeah, that would be a good spot too. Saints are definitely in consideration for a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
The pick is in, should come through on the phone momentarily. Wide receiver. We're thinking wide receiver here.
I'm thinking Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore. It's got to be.
Yeah, I think so. Either or.
They went Caleb Farley, cornerback.
Wow. All right. Like, not a bad pick. Just
yeah.
I just thought they'd go pass catcher. Yeah.
Again, it's always good to get a good. I mean, he's a very, very talented cornerback. He's an ex wide receiver, Caleb Farley, until he switched positions. So he has the best
ball skills.
The best ball skills in this class for the cornerback position. Phenomenal.
I still think JC Horn and Surtain are up there for ball skill. JC Horn's ball skills are fantastic.
Like pure interceptions and like tracking the ball. I think Caleb Farley's right up there, if not better than them. But those two are just better overall corners, I think. But as far as ball skills, Caleb Farley's right there. If not better. But yeah, it's that's just me. But
Griff, where are you thinking Terrace Marshall? Are you making reference to the pack?
Or was he thinking that the Titans would have?
The Titans would go Terrace Marshall.
Yeah,
that's certainly two big dudes. Josh Reynolds ain't small either.
No, absolutely not.
And that's why I kind of thought Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman would be a really good fit there, because you'd have AJ Brown and Josh Reynolds working the exteriors, and you'd have Bateman or Moore who could work the slot, just carve it up. But
yes. So who else is there with
Josh Reynolds?
Tennessee. Josh Reynolds went to
from the Rams.
Right. Yeah, that's not Josh Reynolds isn't a bad wide receiver by any means.
No.
He's not someone that commands coverage.
Yeah.
Well,
no, but AJ Brown will.
AJ Brown's in line for massive amounts of targets.
But then you throw in somebody with really solid hands and the ability to separate on their own, like a Bateman or a Moore, that really gives another option. Adam Humphries gone. They need to fill that role.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah.
Jonnu gone. The middle parts of your field, right? Anthony Ferksker right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't bolster that. They could have definitely used one more elite pass catching option, but they have a lot of needs, clearly.
The only reason is because there hasn't been any wide receivers off the board since the 6th overall pick. So there's a big
10
tier.
Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith, right. I still think there's a big tier of wide receivers that everyone's okay with at this point.
And still no running backs.
You predicted it off the front to just no running backs in the first round. And that seems to be the trend. Now, if you take a running back in the first round, you get a 5th-year option, which is nice to get a cheap running back for 5 years. And a young running back. That's why maybe Javonte Williams could go early, is because he's younger and has those 5 years. Now, a senior running back like Najee and Etienne, it might not matter as much. You might be okay with the 4 years and don't need to have a 5th-year option because you're not going to give him another contract anyways.
Right.
So potentially that might be another reason why there's no first-round running backs, because the best sophomore isn't better than the seniors.
So who are you guys thinking here for your Vikings?
I'd be okay with Darrisaw.
Yeah, I'm thinking Christian Darrisaw, Virginia Tech offensive tackle.
Just take it.
It would be another like building block towards what makes a stable consistently winning franchise. I didn't
Mhm.
get the sexy quarterback pick, in the top.
You really
in the
didn't think
top
Justin
15.
Fields is gonna fall, did you?
I mean, I didn't think J Jets could fall to us last year. Then you have it happen once, and you start to start counting spots and thinking maybe.
You guys captured lightning in a bottle once. Like, it's not repeatable, okay?
But you have it happen once, and you think so. You're saying there's a chance. Came this close, but yeah. So then obviously getting help for the O line. It's just always a great play, and year after year, I know we grabbed an O lineman last year too. Like, if we can keep building, blocks.
I'd be okay too, Mac, with Azeez Ojulari, Jason Oweh, some edge. There hasn't been much edge off the board yet. Just Kwity Paye and Phillips. So I'd be okay with some defense as well. Our defense was terrible last year. So
around this point, like, we've traded back, we got the value. So
Greg Newsome, there's
Azeez or JOK would be very interesting, given how athletic they can make an instant impact. I think that, or Darisaw for the line, those two for the defense.
Yeah, totally. I'm totally okay with any of those picks here. The pick is in for the Vikings. Should come through any second here now.
Again, we got to shorten this shot clock. At, like, NFL, you really think that people are going to be, watching this till 12:30, 1 in the morning? Come on now.
Yeah.
We've been live for 3 hours and 10 minutes, and we've only had 22 picks off the board.
Oh, and they're going to a commercial break. Oh, this is fantastic.
I'll get the pick before we get back here.
It's like they have to take the thing that people complain about with the sport and bring it over to the draft.
Yeah, true.
Like, how long did you watch it? 4 hours. How many picks were there? 32.
32.
Yeah.
There was 3 trades though.
Yeah. That's the one. That's always the one thing for my, especially my European coworkers or stuff, where they're like, "How long is the actual game? Don't worry about it. It's not how it goes. How long is the ball actually moving? Don't worry about it."
It would be really fun though to be, a Bengals fan or a Lions fan or an Eagles fan right now, and just you only have to watch for about an hour.
Yep.
You can get your team's pick. You can shut it down. See you later. I have to sit here for 4 hours to be disappointed.
To be mad. Yeah. That's kind of the thing now, because I get why the Vikes pulled back.
Yeah. Darisaw.
It is okay. And there we go.
It's about time.
A good pick. Yeah.
That's a great pick.
That's a great pick. We got extra value by trading down. That will help us maybe grab another defensive player or something. But whenever you go O-line with that much talent, what is he, 21?
This was probably one of the best picks of the draft, moving from 14 to 23, still getting a guy that I thought was worthy of going. I thought he was going to the Chargers at 13. So the fact that he goes 10 picks later and the Vikings trade down, I think this is an amazing pick for them.
Yep. No, I rarely am upset at taking O-line help. It's just you need so much of it, and without it, you get so exposed. So especially at the 23, especially you got Dalvin Cook signed to a long-term deal. Kirk Cousins got just hit like nobody's business, and watching him turtle on 3rd and 15 is the saddest thing for a fan to encounter. So I know why we need O-line help. So
because you have Kirk Cousins as your quarterback.
Yep, but he's signed to a contract. Hey, he's signed to a contract. He's got 2 more years. So there we go. All right.
Great pick by the Vikings. I love it. Easy brings up with no chatter, but Rodgers, is this the calm before the storm? like I said earlier, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is a part of tonight's program. I think if anything does happen, it'll be in the offseason. But we'll see what the Packers do here. If they actually want to support him and make a peace offering, maybe they go out and they get a Terrace Marshall. Maybe they get a Rashad Bateman if still available. That would be great for my fandom. But who knows? We'll see. Another hour until that pick, probably.
At least.
Guys, it's a good thing. It's a good thing I love the two of you, because this might be painful if it wasn't.
Well, I haven't seen you boys in a couple of days, so this is nice.
Yeah. Mac Daddy in the house.
That's right. It's crazy.
Scotty, you gonna have a kid soon, there, brother?
We'll see.
He's like, man, I just got a golf membership, okay?
Leave me my first year having a golf membership. You try to take away all my free time. I feel like only Mac has like the pure energy to probably like maintain his handicap and raise the next LPGA like champion.
People are at my golf club are saying like, this is when the fall off happens. This is when you go from being a scratch or plus handicap to like a 5 or a 6. I think I'm just going there anyways. I want those strokes.
That's it.
I want to shoot under par, and you just give me like 3 aside. Like,
yeah,
I want to live in that world. Never lose a dime.
It feels like the Steelers had this pick done all.
Dude, I don't know why. I'm gonna say this. Don't say it. I don't know. This just feels like Javonte Williams to me.
So as according to PFF, it's Najee Harris.
Oh. Who is it now?
Already in. Najee to the Steelers. I think this pick has been in there for.
Dude, had Christian Darrisaw been there, I think great. I think they go there.
It feels like this was picked this morning.
This is a great landing spot. This is a great landing spot for Najee.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would get cute. And like you said, I guess maybe if Darrisaw was there, but with him especially not being there, they have no running back answer right now. And now you do. So
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Check the box.
It's official. Everyone's tweeting about it. So is he the undisputed 101?
Absolutely. Without a question.
Yeah.
He was anyways.
Yeah.
But this is great. And look, I don't love the offensive line, but like James Conner's gone. There's a slew of backs that just can't have not been able to get it done with the opportunity. Like this is Najee Harris all day.
Yeah.
Najee.
Yep.
Should you trade Devontae Adams for the 101 to get Najee Harris? No. I just saw that in our Discord. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to get Najee. Love Najee. Think he's great.
Look, we'll see where ETN goes. You know, it's
they were close enough pre-draft that if ETN goes to a high-end team here, maybe not in the first round, but early second, that's it's definitely within reason. If he goes to the Dolphins, I think both are a really good pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
or he could go right here and join his boy. Wouldn't that be crazy?
I would love that, Mac. The victory laps we're taking, I'm going through Twitter and saying all the reasons why that you should have sold James Robinson. That's why you don't take an offseason off.
Oh, man.
Is the reason why you don't turn off notifications in the offseason is because of the possibility of James Robinson getting
there's a lot. Hey, there's a lot of people holding their breath right now.
Yep.
Big first round though for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Waddle, Surtain, Smith, Jones, Leatherwood, Najee Harris.
The funniest thing was Darren talking about Alabama players, and I look through the draft board and I see Leatherwood going from Alabama, and I'm like, all right, let's go.
No. Oh
Man,
no.
Najee Harris's outfit is slick.
Yeah, pimping.
Man,
That was that velour.
It's got to be velour.
That's gotta be straight velour. Again, Prince vibes. That is, man. He deserves to be the 101 looking like that.
Yeah.
So I have in a lot of my mocks Trayvon Moehrig here.
Right. I mean, they should go defense. They should play smart. They should not draft a running back in this draft.
No, they shouldn't. Well, not at this position, but they have. Let's keep in mind they have the first pick of the second round.
Yeah,
that's where you could go get a Javonte. You could go get a Travis Etienne if you wanted to.
Like they need to build more. They need to build a defense. They need to build a better old line to protect Trevor Lawrence. They need to do a lot of stuff here. I don't.
You still have Jason Away. You still have JOK out there. Trayvon Moehrig, Greg Newsome is available. Like there's a lot of solid defensive picks here, but I think they do go defense. They've got their signal caller. Now they go defense.
It'd be too much. It'd be too much if they went a position, even wide receiver. I think they need to address that defense and how bad it was, because the Jacksonville Jaguars right now have a chance to build an elite team for long term. They have the best prospect we've seen since Andrew Luck. You've heard it a million times, but they need to build a team around him and build it smart. I think they have the management, the head coach in place to do that.
Mm-hmm.
The time of Jacksonville struggling is gone. This team is the real deal right away. They have DJ Chark. They have Laviska Shenault already in place. They don't need much more pass catchers at all, really.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the time to build properly. Take the best player available and get it, Jacksonville. I can see Jacksonville doing well here in the next few years.
I will be back momentarily, fellas.
Yep, do it up, homie. Scotty, I know you're not a big Jacksonville fan as an organization, but do you
not even a bit?
Are you on the same lane as me here, and to see the potential that they have? Are you willing to draft Jacksonville players in your fantasy teams going forward? Do you see the upside, or do you still think they have this stink that the Bengals had, that the Browns had, etc.?
I think the stink is still there. Am I going to turn down Trevor Lawrence if he's staring me in the face? Probably not. He's got the raw talent, and you make a good point. They've amassed now a good amount of young talent that's exciting. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of Jags players that I've tried in the past haven't really pulled out, but it's a whole new group now. So
yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like they've had players that just have disappointed fantasy owners, and that's where we have the delay of just, you don't want to take them, you don't trust them.
I mean, Leonard Fournette was a huge name coming out of there, and I bet you Mac wished he dumped him a long time ago.
Yeah, but, you wanted to dump him after his first great year.
Really, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it's not one of those franchises that seem to be able to reward consistency and like get it with all their players. It's more like you're surprised when a Jaguar manages to become fantasy relevant, and then if you're offered him in the offseason, you're usually like, no. But this could be a turning point for them. I mean, Lawrence is he's really kind of another level of quarterback prospect. So that could be a real turning point for them because stash Minshew and, they entertaining for sure, but they weren't really players that really inspired me to really put much stock in the players around them.
No, and DJ Chark had his upside. He was really good last year. He was very good 2 years ago. Really came out of nowhere. He was dropped in some dynasty leagues. Mac was one of them. And then this past year, he was still okay. He wasn't really given the opportunity. The quarterback situation in Jacksonville was very, very bad. Obviously, he still had some okay games, still a few big games on the year, but his talent really wasn't displayed. That's why a lot of fantasy owners this offseason are looking to trade for. They took Travis Etienne. Oh my goodness.
Well, Jacksonville is going to be a fun team to watch. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh. Travis Etienne to the Jaguars. What have we said all off season long? Travis Etienne. Oh,
Got
man.
Top quarterback on the board and arguably number 2 running back. That offense is going to be something.
Oh, man. That is incredible. That is perfect. R.I.P. R.I.P. JR.
Those James Robinson shares just absolutely took a hit.
They're gone.
Big hit.
They're gone. Hey man, we've been talking about it for a long time. This is kind of a big win for the podcast. How much hay we've thrown James Robinson's way. They have no allegiance to a guy that's undrafted, and they take a top end talent when he's available. That's awesome. That's the 102. So Scotty, would you agree if you're in a dynasty rookie draft with no specific needs, one quarterback, is it going to be Najee Harris and Travis Etienne, 1 and 2, or would you consider a Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts before that?
I mean, I think I agree with Najee at the 101.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure that the Jags running back with James Robinson there is going to absolutely be 102, because I could definitely see someone else deciding they want like a generational talent like Pitts potentially, right? Or because getting that tight end is so rare. Robinson will still be there at least, for next season, absolutely cutting into his workload. Yeah, it happened.
No,
it happened.
Travis Etienne.
R.I.P. James Robinson shares.
To the James Robinson people. R.I.P. I tried to tell you. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to the show. You deserve to burn in the fiery depths of the James Robinson undrafted free agent hole that you dug for yourself. Sorry.
Incredible.
Oh,
Mac.
Oh,
so
guys.
Perfect.
Let me just circle. Let me just go back to all those videos.
Oh man.
Oh.
This is perfect. This is perfect.
You remember Kevin Hart? He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. I don't know if you guys already did this for easy, but R.I.P. James Robinson.
Yeah.
They just went out. Trevor Lawrence just said to Urban, "Yo, I need my boy. Y'all got to make this happen. Go get me Travis Etienne," and they did.
I'm gonna reply to Alvin. He just said absolutely heartbreaking pick. James Robinson deserves better. And
Alvin, he doesn't.
Yeah, it was never going to be James Robinson. We've been.
I can't believe I missed this, guys.
I know. You were left at the worst time.
It's
We've
okay.
been
It's okay.
yelling from the rooftops. He might unfollow.
Guys. R.I.P. James Robinson.
And I'll put a office gif in there as well. He might unfollow the Snap account. That's okay.
I won't lose sleep over it.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Won't lose sleep.
Greg Newsome to the Cleveland Browns. Good pick.
Yeah, that's a solid pick.
Makes sense.
Greg Newsome.
Love that. Oh, that. You know what? Antonio Gibson survives, but James Robinson dies. That's a successful draft night.
And only 2 more picks until I get my heart broken once again.
The
annual tradition.
A tradition unlike any other.
Mac, we should have drafted our auction today.
Oh, man. Guys, how did Travis Etienne go to the Jags? Oh, my God.
They're going to be a fun team to watch.
Do we just give a moment of silence? How does this work?
Pour one out.
I mean, James Robinson's going to be a great backup running back.
He was always a great backup running back.
Wow, dude. Don't get me wrong. James Robinson's still going to be the lead back until Travis Etienne can find his feet. But
yeah,
Travis Etienne's no slow. You don't take a running back in the first round just to ease them in.
When he finds his feet, week 1 of the of training camp.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So I asked Scotty, what's your 1 quarterback rookie draft order? Is it going to be Najee and Etienne?
What? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Or would you go with Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts, Jalen Waddle? Does it go this would be crazy. Najee, Jamar, Waddle, Pitts. Does Etienne fall out of the top?
No. It totally depends on your league. I play in a couple dynasty leagues. I know that some leagues are just super running back heavy. They're going to go running back. They'll throw in Kyle Pitts because he's, that talented. And then they'll deviate. But I know that running backs are going to go probably 4 in the top 7. Yeah. Right? It's going to be heavy. And I know others that are that might start with Jamar Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So Najee to the Steelers, I think that's about as good as it gets for him. I'm glad he avoided Buffalo. Travis Etienne, it's not as good as I thought it would be, but he went in the first round and he gets paired up with Trevor Lawrence. I think it's still great. So
great.
I think they're in the top 3. I think for me still it's Najee, Etienne, and Chase in no particular order. If I had to order them myself, Harris, Chase, Etienne.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have a rookie draft coming up. I'm at 4. This is our league of record. Mm-hmm. I had basically committed myself to taking Kyle Pitts because I assumed it was going to go pretty chalky. I assumed it was going to go Chase Etienne, Najee. But now, I mean, even if both guys are on the board, I would consider going just running back because running back's such a more valuable position.
That's the thing
it takes tight ends normally a couple of years to get acclimated to the NFL, and my team is ready to win now. And normally wouldn't have an opportunity to take a guy like Etienne that early. So,
Yeah, and I'm at 2, and I know Taylor's going Najee Harris.
and
It's
as he
my
should again, that was confirmed now.
correct, and it's my decision now to go Travis Etienne, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, and I could go Kyle Pitts. It just kind of feels silly.
It feels like Jamar is the pick.
I mean, I just traded away Mark Andrews, so it would make sense to go Kyle Pitts, but
right.
I think I've got to choose between Jamar and Travis Etienne, who now have homes. So, Griff's question: is it bad? I've already got Kittle and Tanya and still want Pitts. No, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a bad thing at all. Baltimore Ravens on the clock. Do they go wide receiver here, or do they try to wait until 31?
Terrace Marshall. Terrace Marshall has been the pick. Now they've always taken.
I have Jason Away here.
Yeah, that would be a good pick.
I've got Jason Away, and then I've got them potentially thinking about a wide receiver.
Now they could think that wide receiver goes off the board with the Saints and Packers. So do they just take the wide receiver early and then grab defense?
Grab what's left over. Yeah. I think between the two picks, they're going to get one of their guys. It's just if the other can fall to them, how they play that, I guess we'll see. But Terrace Marshall's been a guy that's been here a lot. Rashad Bateman's still on the board. Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore still on the board. I think the Bills go corner. Trayvon Moehrig still available. Asante Samuel Jr. still available. We could see some of those names go here.
Yeah.
Christian Barmore, Liam Eichenberg still available. We could see some of these guys fly off the board here at the end of the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I again, I think they do need a big body wide receiver. The worst pick here would be Rondell Moore. That's not what they need. That's not what. Although I love Rondell.
No, I think having Terrace come in here, be the big alpha across from Marquise Brown, it'd be better to do that mix than to go two smaller guys, speedy guys.
Yeah.
Rondell Moore, however, would be a great fit for the Saints.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore would be a great fit for the Saints. Not so sure that's the case with the Baltimore Ravens. I think that bigger bodied guy would be nice.
I completely agree.
Griff, 105, 203, 202 in an 8-team league. Will be interesting to see who's still up there because I have zero idea who will go ahead of me. I'm sure it will be a weird pick. There will be a weird pick in there for sure. I think if people don't know, they're going to take quarterback. I think you could see some Trey Lance, some Trevor Lawrence, some Zach Wilson potentially. 105 though, you've got to probably be thinking that you're going to get Javonte Williams, Jalen Waddle, something like that. That would be my guess. And 203, 202 could be a really good spot for some value, but
really good. 8-team league is nice.
You potentially could go Kyle Pitts too, but given your tight ends, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't expect Chase to fall to you. I wouldn't. No.
And the only reason I think that is because of the ADP within your platform. The Ravens pick. They're showing Elijah Moore's home. They're showing Rashad Bateman's home. Did I see Rashad Bateman talking with Jordan? I don't know.
I don't know. I did not see that.
I don't. I might just be making that up. All right, Goodell on the block.
Oh, Rashad Bateman.
Wow.
27. So
R.I.P. R.I.P. Rashad.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah. That's tough. We never wanted Rashad to be there.
So close.
To see that.
So close to being a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
that hurts. The two players I wanted to fall, like Waddle to the Chargers, Bateman to the Packers, would have been my two sort of wish list there. And
Yeah.
And look, I love Rashad Bateman. Don't get me wrong. I just
I
don't
do
love
too.
Lamar Jackson throwing that football.
He's looking more like a early first or early second round wide receiver now with the landing spot. That's what happened to Hollywood Brown. That's what will happen to Rashad Bateman. A small pie scenario where they just do not throw. They've got the best rushing game in the league. Rashad isn't a guy that I'm going to really want anymore in dynasty leagues. I still think he's as a really good player, and I think he has.
I just don't want a wide receiver for fantasy that plays for the Ravens.
No, you don't. Not at all.
You don't.
Like
Literally,
we even see the upside of J.K. Dobbins slightly capped with the amount of checkdowns they get being the worst in the league. It was 101 checkdowns for running backs for the Baltimore Ravens, but it was like the leader was like 321. So we're not even the same realm there. And the pass catchers are not getting the volume that they deserve either.
really tough. I mean, Mac and I, when we got to this pick, you bring up Rashad Bateman, and you're just like, no, don't want it.
Don't want it.
And it was the Terrace Marshall, the big body. Then at least you have a red zone threat.
Yeah.
You have some opportunity there. Where
Like
Rashad
a really good version of what they want Miles Boykin to be.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Look,
Rashad, I'm glad you went in the first round, dude. You deserve it. You're a hell of a talent. The spot you just landed breaks my heart.
Yeah, I concur. Tough one. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, here's the thing. I'm willing to take the talent back in the first round.
Mhm.
Remember when AJ Brown went to Tennessee? No one wanted AJ Brown.
I know.
We talked about
I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think we need to commit to the talent, and we need to commit to taking him where he doesn't deserve a top 6 pick anymore. No question. He does not even. He's not in consideration. You do take Pitts ahead of him without doubt.
Without a question.
Do you take Devonta Smith over him, Mac?
Yeah.
You have to now.
Yeah.
You have to. With an opportunity that lies, even though Jalen Hurts is a rushing quarterback, I still prefer the arm and the opportunity in Philadelphia.
Devontae Smith is the wide receiver 1 in Philly.
Yep. And I think Rashad could be the wide receiver 1 in Baltimore.
But the volume doesn't matter.
No. Exactly. Jalen Hurts is just a more accurate passer.
And his accuracy was in the 50s. It's not like either one of them are blowing you out of the water with their arm talent. Do we really think that Lamar's going to take that step forward as a passer this year? Like, there's nothing that points in that direction.
No. So, guys, for tomorrow, first video up, do we want like a top 10 rankings for rookies?
It's a great question.
What do you think? What do you think we should do?
Lando, I want to give you free license, whatever you want.
Okay.
I like it. Surprised me.
You could just do a straight troll video about Travis Etienne.
Yeah. We'll find pictures of all the analysts saying that James Robinson is the real deal.
I believe we have a little mock draft with the Whisperers. We were talking about James Robinson. Might be circling back to that too.
We are on film many a times talking
many
about
times. Yep.
So, because I know he's not. I know Ray GQ started buying into James Robinson. He's like,
he did.
I'm taking him in dynasty startups. He's in. We never crossed that path. We did not.
I'm just not doing dynasty startups before the NFL draft.
No,
I know. Look, the excitement gets the better part of me too, and I want to try to play as often as I can and have the most fun that I can. But you spend a large chunk of your auction budget on a guy like James Robinson. You spend a second round pick in a dynasty startup on James Robinson, and a couple weeks later, you're sitting here with your stuff in your hand. It certainly puts a sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah. Being draft proof. When I was doing mock drafts, I was drafting guys that were draft proof and not having the opportunity to get taken over by a rookie. And maybe I missed out on some opportunity. Maybe I didn't take Chase Edmonds when I should have. But there's
Scotty, do you know a pick is in or something here?
No, I was just I was enjoying Warren Sharp's Bill Belichick has a type.
All right, Goodell. He's walking to the podium.
Peyton Turner, defensive end.
Okay.
Off the board.
All right.
I would have traded back if I was the Saints. But hey.
Alrighty, Mac. So, what are you thinking here, big guy?
Oh, baby. Well,
this is what all the viewers are here for. The annual tradition.
The annual tradition.
Mark the time.
Shut this stream down.
Mark the time of death. It was 11:40 on April 29th. Mac, the Green Bay Packers trade away Aaron Rodgers. Are you hoping for Elijah Moore, Mac?
No. I think I'm hoping here for Asante Samuel. I'm hoping here for
the pick is in. It was quick.
Look, Terrace Marshall would be awesome. It'd be fantastic. So would Elijah Moore. I think they still got to go corner. I think they go Asante Samuel, or like Javon Holland would be a good pick too.
Okay,
those would be kind of the guys on my board right now. But the Packers have done sillier things like trading up for a quarterback.
Oh, I like the Mike on Twitter. Yo, Saints, who TF dat? I like that. I like that.
Who dat? Who dat draft that Saint?
Yeah.
Well, we waited 3 hours and 46 minutes to be at this point. And I'm either going to blow my brains. Oh, no, Schefter's on my screen. Schefter, stop. Don't be saying anything about Aaron Rodgers.
Come on. Update Twitter. Come on. Oh, come on.
Asante Samuel, Javon Holland.
Oh. If the Packers had taken like a Peyton Turner, it would have been the most anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's a quick end.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad hitting end at like quarter to 12.
Yeah.
But here's what I don't like about this Aaron Rodgers story. It's like he's told some inside the organization that he doesn't want to be there. Like that's not him saying that he wants out. That's not him going and demanding, trade me or let me go or whatever. Like, the Packers can make this right.
Oh, absolutely. His whole legacy is with the Packers. His entire career. Like I don't truly believe these type of people they'd rather finish their career. He's 38. He'd rather finish his career with the Packers.
Right.
He's just saying, give me a real shot or
I still have this solid team.
Exactly. Like he's got Devontae Adams. Don't waste this.
Not to mention, like AJ Dillon looks promising.
Cornerback Eric Stokes.
Okay.
Eric Stokes.
Yep. And that's not who I wanted them to go with. I wanted Asante Samuel or Javon Holland, but it's fine.
Yep.
It's the position that they needed. It's the position they needed.
They needed a corner? I thought they had decent corners.
Well, I mean, they've got Jair Alexander.
Right.
We signed Kevin King for a
Right.
1 year, $6 million.
He's so bad.
He's an absolute liability. I don't
Yeah.
know why we spent the $6 million on him, but he's back.
Right.
Josh Jackson never really panned out for us.
That was who I was thinking of.
We brought in who did we bring in? Tremont Williams. We brought him back. Didn't work out for the year. He just kind of tried to fill in a hole in our playoff run. But we need help back there. They gave up big plays like that game with the Bucks. They gave up big play after big play. It hurt them in the end. Jair's great. He's shut down, but he's a one-man unit. He needs some help.
Rappaport's just trolling the Packers. He goes with the Packers and quarterback Aaron Rodgers at odds in a very public way. Green Bay takes a cornerback, obviously.
Look, man, this is what we do.
Yeah.
This is what we do.
Yeah. Yep.
Now trade up.
Yeah.
The tough thing is you can go in the end of the second round and try to find another like Devontae Adams like receiver. It's going to take time. It's not somebody who can come in and make an impact. And a guy like Terrace Marshall could make an impact. But I do agree that we should have gone corner. I don't think he's the best corner on the board, though.
Yeah.
I still think I'd rather have Javon Holland. I still think I'd rather have Asante Samuel Jr. for sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised Asante Samuel didn't.
I could see Samuel going to the Bills right now.
Yeah, I think they'd be very happy with that.
Makes the most sense, I think.
Urban Meyer, we'll use Etienne as a third down back.
Don't lie to me, Urban.
Oh man, yeah.
The tradition is alive, Easy. We will go for 3 here. Eric Stokes.
Oh, there's some shade going on Twitter. Twitter's a buzzing about the Packers. The one with the Rodgers looking at the iPad or the Windows
and then just throws it down.
Packers liked Eric Stokes. Oh, too good.
There's some material there for some good team names like the Vinegar Stokes.
Yeah.
That's solid. That's a 1-0. That's the first round pick right there.
Yeah.
I hope Easy gets that. Did you know, Scotty, that the league is on Disney Plus?
I did not. I have Disney Plus.
The full 7 seasons, Disney Plus.
Oh my. See, I love Disney Plus because I integrated it with all my Google Homes. So now it's the laziest thing in the world. I literally just say, play this show, and it just fires it up. So I'm just going to start. I think I'm at season 2. I think I'm at season 2 of the 5th rewatch. Okay.
Now watch, the Bills are going to go out and do something smart. I still can't believe that Jason Away and Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah, neither of them off the board. Jason Away had a fantastic year and pro day.
I don't get it either. So we just had and Scott and we have a group chat in our big league, and Will's brother's a Packers fan. He's like, Rondell Moore to appease Rodgers. He's got Barmore, Koromora, Samuel. He's like, but they'll probably pick some piece of shit and like Eric Strokes though.
Boom.
Different year, same shit.
Sad but true.
Yeah. But yet they'll still find themselves in the playoffs and fighting for a Super Bowl as long as Rodgers is there.
Okay, NFL, let's get this over with before midnight, eh? Let's stop trying to squeeze all this time. Get Mel Kiper off my screen.
Yeah.
Just give me the pick.
Well, you'd think 3 picks in 11 minutes is doable.
Not when each of them get 11 minutes to make
not
a
when
pick.
each of them get 11 minutes.
Yeah.
What do we
All
do
right.
with the 31st pick?
The pick is in.
Is it Javonte Williams?
Come on. Are you joking?
Yeah. No. I is it? I said it's not. It's not Javonte.
Oh,
Williams.
I thought you had a super early notification there. I was like, Landon.
That would be incredible.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
I did not think Najee and ETN would go here, but
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah. No, me neither.
Come on, Buffalo.
There's so many good Aaron Rodgers gifts on. Oh man.
Easy.
I put that one up already. I'm ahead out.
What's going on here?
Yeah, Aziz is still out there, man.
Yeah, no, there's some
I could tell you one thing. I didn't see Peyton Turner, Jamin Davis, Eric Stokes in any of my mock drafts.
Greg Rousseau, D lineman.
Gregory Russo. And look, that's a solid pick.
Yeah.
Gregory Russo.
Do you think that T. Higgins is a trade for candidate?
I don't think you can get him that easily.
Just with the Jamar Chase pick, maybe people are discounting. He's the number 2.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, I think there's a real, that's
T. Higgins is legit.
Well,
Yeah,
he's about the wide receiver position too. I feel some people treat it like it's a running back, like there can only be one. So that's not true.
Yeah, like Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are all going to be very viable. Like,
yeah. I do subscribe to the idea that like 2 good wide receivers makes each wide receiver better. If you just have a watch party for the league on Disney Plus, absolutely.
Yes,
I got plans for
sir.
tomorrow now.
I just watched. Have you guys seen the show?
The league?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You know the episode, Scotty, where they have the high school reunion and they tell everyone tells or the guys put in the thing that Andre has 1 testicle.
Yep.
And then they go to Herdsman. He's like, yeah, Ruxin, the Herdsman, yeah. Ruxin, where's your wife? I can hear her coming. Sounds like water buffalo. Yeah.
I just remember there's Ruxin and his wife in the high school hallway. Isn't there like a goat?
The bull.
No. What a great scene of television. Oh.
It's just a great show. And they got some like high caliber NFL players to star on that show.
Oh, JJ Watt chasing them through the hotel is
even the in the last season, Marshawn Lynch.
Oh yeah.
The beginning of the show, and he's like,
just pass it to me.
He's like, hey, can you bring me the burgers over? He's like, yeah, I got it. And he's like, no, I'll just throw it. He's like, what? Give it to me, man. I can run that thing over real quick. He's like, nah, I'll throw. He's like, man, I could sleepwalk that thing over. He's like, goes to hand it off. He's like, I'll throw it. Boom. Barbecue
Interception.
explodes. Still think it was the right call.
Oh man! Also, huge part of that show that he almost never shows up. But what's his name? Seth Cohen from the OC. Adam Brody. He's hilarious in the few episodes. Like, he always plays the out of town guy.
Yeah,
in the league. Yeah. He's funny.
Big OC fan.
Oh, big OC fan back in the day.
I love the guy that plays Rafi.
Oh yeah.
Rafi Bomb. Okay, Baltimore.
How do they still get 10 minutes when they get their second pick in the first round? 31.
Gotta be equitable, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
it should be like a board game. Like if you're like, 15 gets 10 minutes, but 16 gets 5. So like you gotta factor that in. You're like, how prepared are we? Can we do this? Should we trade?
Kadarius Toney went before Rashad Bateman and Terrace Marshall.
Yeah. How about that? That'll be interesting to see.
The Giants.
Career spans of Rashad Bateman versus Toney.
It'll be closer with him on the Ravens.
Yeah. Yep. That's good. Wow. That's a good point, at least for the next few years.
All right. This is
4-hour mark, boys.
To the nitty gritty here. 4-hour mark. Wow.
Dear NFL, this could have been 2 hours.
Yeah.
This could have been 2 hours in an email.
Yeah. Baltimore going with Terrace Marshall. Come on. No, they're not. They're going to take a...
No, they're not. They're not going to do that. They're going to go with a...
There's lots of good defensive players on the board.
A Liam Eichenberg. They're going to go with a Jason Oweh.
Yeah.
Yeah. JOK. Yeah, I don't know. And commercial. Fantastic. Great. I hope the Bucks just like, boom, let's get this thing over with.
Yeah.
Yeah, done.
We won last year. We don't care. We're here.
I mean, the only thing that got to be able to facilitate a trade if you want to.
If I was the Bucks, I would do that based on the amount of really good defenders on the board. I know they don't need it, but it's just like, well, you've got some elite options if you want it, or some very good options if you want it. So then, they trade out to
team doesn't need much though.
I know, yeah. So like, you take Aziz and just laugh all the way to the bank, and it's just
Aziz would be a great pick for the Ravens here.
Yeah, Aziz is a good pick for anyone right here. You can go with Samuel Cosmi either. I mean, Samuel Cosmi might be a great pick for Baltimore because they just lost their offensive tackle in Brown. Right? So we had Cosmi going in the mid-20s. So early 20s.
We had Cosmi to the Packers at one point.
Yep.
29.
We had him to Indy as well at one point. So it's it's a luxury. It's a good pick. The Ravens are in a good spot.
Yeah, you're right. It's a luxury pick.
Yeah. Christian Barmore.
Yep.
They could do a lot. It depends. They have a good defense as it is. They could go, if they want a gadget player, they could go with an offensive player, but it seems interesting. Rondell Moore deserves to be a first round pick, in my opinion, but I don't know if I see him going the next 2 picks.
No,
I think we rarely had him mocked in the 1st. Yep.
1st. 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 Have you checked our pool? Our draft pool?
No. Does it keep track like up to?
I think so. I haven't looked though.
No, I haven't looked either. The pick is in. The pick. Petey never talked in the. I wonder if he even showed up.
No.
That loser.
Didn't see him.
No. All right, here we go. Jason Away, defensive end.
Yep.
Good pick.
Go.
Yep. Makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, he had such a good season. He had such a good pro day. He measured off the charts. Like, I don't know why it took this long for him to come off the board.
Yeah. The Ravens are such a good organization in how they draft. They've taken such
Can't
good
put it
value.
together though, you know?
Yeah, it's
They stole Lamar Jackson the year they drafted him. Absolutely. He was an MVP caliber player. Hasn't really returned to form.
no. Yeah, it's tough. I like Lamar a lot. I think he's got a ton of potential. He's just not really he just doesn't really do it in pressure times when it comes down to the playoffs and he needs to make the big pass.
Mm-hmm.
He's a run first quarterback when the pressure's on, and that's not what we want from a franchise quarterback. I'm saying like I'm a Baltimore fan, but I'm not. It's a tough situation, but I still think he's got many really good years left in the league. We just know he's not a high volume passer, and he needs to be better if he's going to make it to the next level. Josh Allen has lapped him by a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen's the new future in the NFL, and Lamar is unfortunately not. Scotty, do you subscribe to that notion, or do you still believe in Lamar being not only a fantasy quarterback but an NFL viable potential Super Bowl winner? Nope.
Was that directed to me, Landon? My Wi-Fi is having a bit of a hiccup here at the end.
That's all right.
Okay, Buccaneers, the pick is in.
All right.
There we go.
Come on. Finish us strong. Who do we got? Christian Barmore. Let's just call it a day.
Yeah. We had them taking him the entire time. The entire offseason. Now, I think Javonte would be a great pick here. I think that would be a lot of fun to finish it off and throw some salt in the wound.
Fun, I don't know about great, but fun.
Yeah. It'd basically leave two running backs in questionable spots leaving the draft, if you include ETN there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Where obviously having Javonte go to like the Cardinals or something would be great. The Bucks would not be such.
Mm-hmm.
32nd pick, Joe
Tryon.
All right.
There you go.
There we go. The
32
draft
picks.
Over.
First round.
Nobody's watching anymore.
4 hours and 8 minutes in. All 32 picks on the board. 2021 season is in play.
We did it, fellas. We got the whole way through.
We're in for a big year, boys. Thank you for coming in. If you're watching this post-draft, make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for coming in. Any final words, fellas?
R.I.P. James Robinson.
Make sure to check out the channel. Lots of content coming your way because it's never too early to get ready for those drafts.
Heck yeah. Tomorrow, the second day starts at 7 p.m. I believe it's a shortened shot clock. We should be able to get through rounds 2 and 3, and then we'll be in to finish the rest of the draft. I think Saturday. It's the remaining rounds, 4 to 7. So
Let's go.
we'll see you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great night.